Good morning, everyone. The first time back in a room with people, person in flesh. So let's hear it with the resounding good morning that we all need. Good morning, everyone. That sounds so much better. Let's keep that energy going, maybe more as we go through the day. My name is Shreya Krishnan. I'm going to be your host for the day. I hope all of you are doing well and keeping safe. So many parameters, so many shifts, so many changes, but I think what stays constant is the joy of being back in person. On behalf of the DSCI team, I welcome all of you to the 17th edition of NASSCOM DSCI Annual Information Security Summit 2022, popularly known amongst the security fraternity as AISS. We're extremely glad and equally excited to be able to host this in person, almost after 2 years of being virtual. As a humble request, before we begin with the proceedings for the day, can I request you all to pull out your mobile phones, your communication devices, and just gently turn on the silent mode. Day one of AISS 2022 officially commenced yesterday and witnessed subject-driven masterclasses by industry experts from top-notch companies, a day-long cybersecurity capture the flag hackathon by DSCI and EY, and a hands-on hardware security workshop delivered by cyber experts and practitioners. Information on sessions, scheduled speakers, and networking is available on the official website, www.dsci.in/events/AISS-2022. You can also scan the QR codes available outside every hall to download the detailed agenda and the conference handbook. There are a lot of contests running in our exhibitor booths to play and win. Visit Trellix, booth number 44, Protect.ai, booth number 35, Critical, booth number 13, Veher, booth number 7, and of course, a lot of the booths have a lot of very interesting things that are going on, so make sure to visit all of them when you get the time between sessions. We request you to share your updates and experience on social media, especially for the Twitterati in the house, the official hashtag AISS2022, and mention @DSCI_Connect on Twitter. So now let's begin with what we have in store for today. For the first time, we're introducing the concept of what's in AISS with a bid to give a succinct bird's eye view about the annual Information Security Summit through leaders from our fraternity and highlight the key features that you should be watching out for. This is also our attempt to do a symbolic representation of a baton that will be passed on from one security leader to another every year, much like an Olympic torch, and would continue to inspire us to work towards strengthening the cybersecurity frontiers year on year. To do the honors, we would like to invite Mr. Samir Ratholikar, Senior Executive Vice President and CISO, HDFC Bank, to come on stage to take us through what's in AISS 2022 and officially commence with day 2 of AISS. May I request Mr. Samir to kindly join us on stage and join me in welcoming him with a huge round of applause. Samir, the stage is yours.
Good morning. Wonderful to see friends and families after almost a gap of 2 years. Thank you so much, Vinayak and the DSCI team for putting across this idea of giving you a snapshot of what is going to be the AISS. As they felt that it's a long association between DSCI and me as individual. It's been, I think, more than a decade that there is a strong bond which evolved in the period of time in terms of the first AISS to right now, except a gap of a couple of years in between because of the pandemic. I also would like to congratulate Vinayak to take over the position of CEO and DSCI. A big round of applause for Vinayak, please. So friends, I've closely observed the AISS for more than a decade now. And I honestly believe that this is a forum by us and for us, rather than DSCI organizing us and we are participating, right? So there is a lot of closeness, there is a lot of family aspects when it comes to the DSCI, AISS conferences, whether it happens here or even the DSCI best practices meet in Bangalore and maybe a couple of other places. But the feeling of a bond, the feeling of a family, those vibes are definitely sort of carried in all the DSCI conferences. This is one of the top quality conference having synthesis of ideas and the execution help, probably which results into a lot of these new innovation startup, security startup companies coming up now. And you can see yourself if you visit the innovation sandbox or you see the security product of the year, you'll find the fantastic homegrown products cutting across all the emerging and evolving cybersecurity areas. So one of the seeds of this evolving ecosystems greatly lies in the DSCI conferences and the DSCI initiatives which happens over a period of time. Coming back to the the DSCI, what is going to be there as a theme this year. Can I have this slide, please? Is it on? It's not there. Okay, all right. So this year, we're going to see a platform-centric thought process, a platform-centric approach for enriched discussion and idea exchanges. As I said, and I honestly believe that even whenever I come and join the DSCI AISS, I always felt that as a big takeaway from these conferences is a multiple ideas into multiple areas, which helps you in tweaking our InfoSec strategies, which gives a trigger to the thought process, especially on what additionally we should be doing, what is the threat landscape evolving, etc. And I think, Vinayak, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the biggest contribution to the economies today, an Indian economy, probably cybersecurity carries a substantial weightage of, I don't know, maybe percentage, but maybe 7 to 8%. That's a growth we are seeing, and if you see the product and services sector as well, it is going almost 8 to 9% with a huge delivery happening every year by year. And today, I don't know, but maybe more than 2 to 2.95 or close to 3 billion worth of contribution the product and services made. So it's all emanating out of the AISS conferences. Second important, as I said, it's a big canvas by us, for us, in terms of painting a big picture out of nuanced elements. The nuanced elements are multiple ideas, multiple products, and multiple deliberations, which we get to know as part of our interaction with our friends and the peers. Third, of course, is one of the most important advantage and a sort of a area which we all look forward, and that's what precisely we are here after a gap of 2 years, is the assembly, is the networking part. The people from industries, governments, and academia, they take part. I vividly remember one of the most important properties of DSCI is InfoSec for women leaders. So I don't know any other forum where the emphasis on developing the women leaders or giving a special emphasis on developing the leadership abilities or using the leadership abilities for InfoSec purpose. Defense background, coming up, join hands, and there is so much of learnings. Yesterday I was talking to a defense expert. I mean, he was taking care of cyber security, and there is so much to learn in cryptography as far as the defense sector is concerned. Perhaps hardly 30 to 40% of cryptography we are using in our day-to-day life, the way these folks are using. So it's amazing to see, the people using a lot of mathematicians to develop even the machine learning models. And a lot of ideas came from the DSCI deliberations, DSCI conferences. That was a very honest and pragmatic feedback given by one of the two defense cybersecurity expert. I had a conversation yesterday. Yes, movement that extends the contours, reach, and imaginations. Of course, we need food for thought. And of course, this is one of the big platforms where a lot of such triggers to our thought processes gets germinated. Commitment to find solutions collectively. Yes, that's the area. Probably, a solution engineering team is what we have in our organizations, where the job is continuously scout the new age solutions to tackle to the emerging threat landscape. Now, if you ask me what is the one area or one platform or one of the largest platform where we found the security products or security companies, what are the answers comes to our mind? Either we talk to the Gartners of the world or Forresters of the world, we find out, download the Magic Quadrant, study them, or those, the relevant, the similar stuff in the Forresters or IDC, etc. Or we do Google or the networking, etc. But probably, a major input come from the DSCI's, AISS, where a lot of people, a lot of security companies, they participate. Not only we get to learn about what is happening, but trust me, these startups who are quite young in this space need fantastic inputs from all of us. And if we attend to them very patiently and give our inputs, it definitely translates into their product getting maturity, which helps our country. Right? So probably it's a good example of give and take, in a very free and open atmosphere, as far as the security solutions are concerned. Yeah, it's a stage to hear global ideas and local experiments. Ideation zone, that things beyond the immediate orbit. That's what I said. I mean, the whole synopsis of these seven pillars or 7 principles, I would say, is the synthesis of ideation and benefits in the executions what each one of us carries after the AISS. Yes, it's a trigger, it's a place to meet aspirants, innovators, and entrepreneurial minds. So 9 master classes, 230 plus speakers, 2 town halls, 32 track sessions, keynotes, breakfast session, plenary panels, fireside chats, and design thinking workshops, all fantastic, current and the new age stuff. That's what you will witness here. If you see the whole coverage of the topics this year, which sort of we worked very closely with DSCI, is on endpoints, data and digitization, OT, IoT, and cyber physical, application security, because a lot of innovations are happening even in application security space, and the world is moving from SaaS, DaaS to now interactive application security testing, etc. Strategic considerations and priorities which could be of interest to many of us, who's focusing more on the GRC aspects, more on the governance aspects, and the strategy part of cyber security in their individual organizations. Security architecture and engineering part. What about even in that, if you see interestingly, XDR, which is a very buzzword these days, that is going to cover how XDR can be translated or taken up to a shape of SASE. That is another important aspect, so probably all of us will get a good input there. Then cybersecurity mesh architecture, which is a very, again, emerging topic whereby people are saying that, with IoTs coming up and IT coming up, how the amalgamation of a cybersecurity orchestration will drive these areas. That's what is covered in CSM, and I think there are a good number of research papers available on cybersecurity mesh architectures. Approaches for security consolidation, which is probably a theme for all of us, most of us because of budget constraints, rightfully so. That is another area where we can sort of dwell deeper. The future of enterprise networking. I think, one important word I came across recently on the future of enterprise networking is the future of network security lies in the cloud, right? So in a way, that's also another area where we will find a good number of topics out here, so feel free to meet up the speakers. Identity as a new perimeter, when all of us knows that hybrid working is the way forward to many organizations, at least if not all. That is how the new normal we are living with. So in such perimeter-less world or blurred perimeter, how to manage the identities effectively, how to manage the authentication aspects effectively, how to manage the behavioral aspects, all these things will get covered into identity areas. Cloud security, of course, is the way forward, and you will find a lot of discussions in cloud solutions and cloud process frameworks. Risk adaptive intelligence driven cyber security. So today, the contextual cyber security is something which is probably coming up in the perimeterless world. So every access, every identity, there has to be a context. And the context comes with multiple factors. One of the most important factor is the behavioral aspects or the device fingerprinting aspects. So that is probably will come with this. Hybrid infrastructure on continuous compliance so that we avoid the manual footprints and move towards automation of compliance to make job easy. Because trustly, honestly, in the BFSI segment, if you see, huge compliances. There is a certain mandate, there is a RBI, there is also to some extent by SEBI. There are mandates if you have your foreign footprints. There is NCIPC. All such mandates, the sort of the compliances, we need a hybrid, as a sort of a orchestrated approach, or dashboarding, so that at any point in time, our compliance become more intelligent. And time synchronization, why it matters, especially in the context of the new certain guideline, etc. So that is how you will find. Yeah, in the warfare side also, in the information warfare side, in the cyber security warfare, you'll find a couple of good interesting topics stretching as a nation state, these areas. So this is largely the theme, friends. Please enjoy the workshops and don't forget to step out and enjoy the Delhi weather as well. Specifically for us who came from Mumbai all the way and 365 days, barring few surprises, there is not much of the beautiful climate here. So enjoy, have fun. That's the way to look at it. And my all the best to the DSCI team as well. Let us continue the association. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir. There you go, the tone, tenor, and context for what's coming up in the summit, and help all what it is that come as a tour of the way that spread out against what is coming up tomorrow. So I hope you've all the session you want to be part of. I hope you've community sessions and all of the most important ones, not ones done well. So that was expect in AISS 22. With that, I request your attention for the next as we dive into the first plenary today, digital economy, digital risks, technology, architecture, policy, and law enforcement together. To deliver this session, it's a privilege to introduce the panel that we put together. Umesh, President of the industry, who's going to be moderating this session. Joining on stage are Mr. Nad, Joint Secretary of NSCS. We have Mr. Raj, AVP, Financial Services, Infosys, Alok Verma, Country Manager Services, Sales in SARC, CrowdStrike. I'll invite all of them to come on stage and take a seat. A huge round of applause, and it's over to you for digital economy and digital risks.
I'm audible now? Okay. So I will, as I was mentioning that in today's world, the digital economy is a major driver for economic growth and innovation. But it also brings that new challenges with it. As more and more of our economic activity becomes digital, it is important the businesses and the individuals be aware of potential risk and take steps to protect their digital assets. Digital risk, on the other hand, refer to the risk and challenges associated with the use of digital technologies in the economy. This risk can take many forms, including the cyber attacks, data breaches, online frauds and scams, and unauthorized access or use of personal data. So today, to discuss on this topic on digital economy and digital risk, we have distinguished speakers from government and industry to talk about this topic. And I would first like to start with Dr. Nath. Dr. Nath, India has an ambitious goal to become a 5 trillion economy by 2025. So how digital economy can push the goal, and how digitalization is pushing India towards achieving this economic goal?
Yeah, thank you. I hope I'm audible. Okay. You know, we've been talking of digitalization and digital economy for quite some time now, and it's become somewhat of a cliche now. I mean, it's like, you know, you don't really require to discuss about whether digitalization is going to really push the digital economy. Yes, it is going to push. It's the new horizontal, you know, across all sectors of the economy. You know, earlier the IT sector was a sector by itself, and we had specific skill sets, and they were working in certain areas. But now you find that it is a horizontal that's across all economy, all sectors of the economy, and it is bringing in both, you know, convenience and efficiencies in the way of working. So you'll find digitization happening in agriculture, digitization happening in medicine and health services, financial services, education, so manufacturing. And with 5G coming in and the new type of connectivity coming along, with IoT also proliferating, you'll find that a digital economy is an important component of the general economy that is there in the country. And digitization is going to bring in efficiencies and convenience across, and improve productivity also, and increase competitiveness. It's also bringing in innovative solutions and innovative ways of doing things. And that's how the digitalization across all economic verticals is going to really push and, you know, lead us towards the 5 trillion economy that we're talking about. And the digital component is going to be not less than, you know, around 20% of at least each and every sector of the economy. And that's how it's going to push, you know, the 5 trillion digital 5 trillion economy that we are talking about.
Thank you. Very interesting thoughts, Dr. Nath. I think, as you rightly mentioned, it is horizontal. It has to cut across. So, now my next question is to Srirang Reddy, who's the head of client solutions in Infosys. So, Srirang, one thing is there that digitalization is imperative for economic growth. But now, what about the risks? What are your views on the risk management of digital economy, where everything is getting digitalized and connected, as Dr. Nath was mentioning?
Sure. No, thanks, Umesh. Great question. Firstly, thanks everyone. It's a big honor to be on this panel. I feel a little intimidated in front of so many industry experts. But coming to your question, so what I did, so I work for Infosys, and when I was invited to be on this panel, I did a small and unscientific poll amongst people that I know in Infosys as well as on the client side, but who are not associated with cybersecurity. And I asked them the same question. Okay, what do you see as the biggest risk based on what you are seeing, you know, in your world? And all of us know about operational risk, regulatory risk, financial risk. I think Samir, in the introductory note from HDFC, I think he would be facing a lot of that, as do many of us. But the single biggest thing that came out from this poll that I did is the awareness risk. See, people in this room, all of us, we are to some extent, to a large extent aware. We are practitioners. We are trying to propagate the fact that there are digital risks, that people have to be prepared. That organizations have to prepare themselves. But the real problem is not in this room. The problem is outside this room. There are, even after things like the AIMS episode that I think was on national media front pages, there is this continual view amongst particularly the MSMEs that this is something that will happen to someone else, and anyway our data is not that valuable. Who is going to come and take it? And that is, I think, the single biggest risk, the awareness risk, I'll call it, right? Second thing is the fact that the interconnectedness risk. So as you rightly put it, in a digital economy, everyone is more tightly coupled with everyone else. Now, what happens if you are reasonably well protected, you have got the latest technologies in place, process, but your counterparty does not? Let's take again the AIMS or any XYZ episode. If I'm a supplier to a corporation and then there's a problem in that company who cannot pay me on time, that impacts me. So all the efforts that I have put in to make myself, cyber secure are of no use if somebody else is going to, cause me problems. And there's a third element to this whole thing, the undercurrent. So we talked about the cyber criminals and people who try and take advantage of cyber security lapses. Now, one thing is these small mom and pop or even organized gangs, and there's been a lot of action taken by governments. But what do you do if it is a state actor? What do you do? You might be a small firm, a small hospital. You think that, okay, my data is not really that valuable. But what if the intent is not just to target you, but to send a message to maybe even the country at large? That is what is the big risk. So awareness risk, to summarize, Umesh, is I think the biggest risk of all.
Thank you, and very rightly and aptly said that awareness. And also we are all in digital economy, we are all connected world, okay? So if your partner is not taking care of the risk, then you are also. So coming to you, Alok, you are from the other side of the table, okay? So from Pride Strike, and how growth in digital economy is opening new avenues for cyber criminals? You can take this.
All right, great, thanks. So the question from Umesh is that how's digital economy opening new avenues for cyber criminals, right? I think this is the most fundamental thing which everybody of you know. Like, you don't need a panelist sitting out here to tell you, right? I respect that, right? You talk about IoT, you talk about metaverse, you talk about wearables. Samir mentioned about crypto, currency and the crypto hacking that is happening. Dr. Nath mentioned about a few things that is happening from the manufacturing side of it, right? So this entire proliferation of devices that is happening all across, I think it's the way that is giving a knack to all the cyber criminals, to all the adversaries, to stay a step ahead, right, when we all deal with them. Now, let me give you a context, right? I believe in something I call as know thy adversary, right? It's like KYC. So you should have a KYA, right? So who are we dealing with? My friend, Sriram just mentioned this across. So today, if I so today if I were to bucketize, right? Today we have typical 3 buckets of adversaries that we normally see, right? One is the typical e-crime actors. Their motivation is financial gains, primarily, right? Their intelligence and their technology operations from a modality standpoint is, let's say, from low to high, right? Then we talk about the state-based actors. Again, Sriram mentions about this, right? Which are the state-sponsored actors, so to say, right? Now, they obviously their motivation is geopolitical reasons, right? Some financial gains maybe, but it's all about IP theft, right? That's what they're here for. We saw a lot. Some of them did made media headlines when we were in COVID, a few healthcare institutes a couple of years back and stuff like that, right? And Third is the typical hackivists, or we call as terrorists in our layman term, right? So these are the guys whose motivation is attention via disruption. They don't have any financial gains. They just want to make a point. They just want to make a sense of here we are kind of trying to create a nuisance in your economy, in your country, and that's what it is. So once we have understood this, the next logical step then it comes is, as respective business owners of our respective segments and verticals that we own, is which are the most mission critical assets that we have in the country. So for example, if I may say, today, if you talk about financial services, you talk about telecom, you talk about healthcare, you talk about manufacturing, right? You talk about anything that relates to an IP technology side of it. So these are the 5 top sectors that we witness are experiencing attack or an incident across all the 3 kind of adversaries. I've just bucketized it for you. And one thing, maybe Umesh, just to wrap it up, right, what we are seeing in the market with the data points is today, an average time that an adversary take all the way from initial access to persistence to lateral movement and data exfiltration is anywhere between 98 to 100 minutes. That's what an adversary typically takes. The problem is, and I don't know how many of you are aware of this, that the MTTR, which we call as the mean time to remediation of the industry, is 198 hours. So you get where the problem lies. So it's not that adversary is 1 step ahead, he's 5 steps ahead of us. And thus the issue of having all the digital in the world, and yet we are being seen formed by digital currencies. Yeah.
I really like your KYA, the know your adversaries. Okay. So coming back to you, Dr. Nath, you represent government. So just want to understand how governments are leading the businesses planning to move their regions from being digital adopters to digital disruptors. So how government and the leading businesses are planning to move their regions from being a digital adopter to a digital disruptor? Because we're talking about a digital economy, okay, and so what government is doing about disrupting the digital world?
Yeah. I think this is working. I hope it's working. Are you able to hear me? Yeah, they're able to hear me. Okay. I think this is a directional microphone. Okay. We initially talked about that digital being the driver for the $5 trillion economy. If you look at any of the sectors, let's say if you look at education, and you'll find that democratically you would require that there's a large section of the population that has access to good education, but there's a much larger section of the population that does not have access to good education. So you'll find that there's a lot of work that's required to create those platforms that people have access to good quality education in terms of content, in terms of delivery of content to them. So there's a lot of work that's required to be done there. If you look at the health sector, you'll find that the amount of data that gets generated in silos and in different diagnostic labs and different hospitals and all, if that is aggregated and that a study is done based on big data analytics using artificial intelligence tools, the insights that you could get into providing treatments, advanced treatment for diagnostics, for delivery of health services, for there's a huge potential available there. Similarly, you take any sector of the economy. If you take of agriculture also, you'll find there's vast potential to improve productivity. Based on targeted delivery of nutrients, target delivery of interventions for improving productivity, based on local climatic conditions, local environmental conditions. So the amount of data that could be generated and done, the potential there is also huge. So you'll find each and every sector of the economy, there's a potential for digital tools for improving productivity, improving efficiencies, and actually really growing the economy. This is where it is not a question of what the government is doing to disrupt the thing. There is a big opportunity for any entrepreneur to look at any sector and then find out what is it that I can do here differently, that I can really disrupt the way things are currently getting done. Because the tendency is for people to, get ahead with what they are doing now and be happy with the way they're functioning. It's for people to look at the opportunities that are there, especially the data-driven economy that's coming out of all of this, and then come up with disruptive solutions, and then make a mark for themselves. And we find evidence of that in the different unicorns that are coming out of this country. There's, the country has evolved over a period of time. Earlier we used to look towards the external world for solutions. We used to look towards the external world for, saying, validating what we do. But currently that confidence that we have in the younger generation that, this is something for them to identify problem statements, for them to come up with solutions and then presenting them to a general audience without actually looking towards anybody else for validation. That is the strength that this country has now. And doesn't really require a government intervention for doing disruptive activity. That's what I think. It's a lot of private enterprise that is there currently that would do the disruptive activity. What would government require to do is to provide an enabling environment. Maybe, the data bill, for example, that's coming about, is to, facilitate people to, use this data-driven economy and provide opportunities for people to share data and, use all those things and use new tools for doing that. So I don't think it's really a government intervention that's required at this stage for doing the disruptive activity.
So Dr. Nath, the reason why I ask you this question is because whatever government does in digitalization, it touches masses, country. Okay, so whether you talk about UPI, whether you talk about Aadhaar, you talk about you talk about Digi Yatra now, the latest one. Okay, so it touches every citizen of the country.
Yeah.
That's
why. So I think what you're talking about is this ONDC, that the e-commerce platform that's being generated now. Yeah. Okay. Like the NPCI that has come about and all also. Okay. So I think that the e-commerce platform that's coming about is one really disruptive. It's really it's going to really help all the small entrepreneurs that are there to come onto one common platform and then generate their businesses. So there are certain things. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That way. Yeah.
Thank you.
See, one is there, the current system is that the government is actively engaging with the private industry and then understanding what is required to be done and is not, afraid to say that, okay, we have done something and there's a little tweaking that is required in the policy space for us to do business better. That is what is good about the current environment that we have got. The willingness to engage with industry, the willingness to listen to what are the problems that are there in the industry, and willingness to backtrack if required to set matters right so that industry can take off from there. So that's really what it is.
Thank you. So coming back to you, Srirang, can you please throw some light, since Infosys is supporting a lot of customers. Okay, so can you throw some light on how enterprises are managing their digital risk in the modern digital economy?
Sure. And, thanks, Umesh. So
you can give some examples also, that will be helpful for the audience to relate.
Sure. So, see, as hope everyone can hear me clearly. Yeah, at the back. Okay. So, like I said, as part of this preparation, I was checking with my colleagues on what is it that we are seeing in the market, not just my own views. And it seems that there are three broad buckets of companies out there. One is the one I alluded to earlier, the ones who are, in my opinion, the biggest risk for all of us. People who are unaware or who are, willfully deluding themselves that, cyber threats are something that happened to someone else. We are not really going to be targeted, and doing something just as a sake of formality. And the fact is that even today there are a lot of organizations that still, have to be educated on the threats of cybercrime and the digital risks. So that is one category, and it's a huge category, and you would see a lot of the smaller organizations falling into this. It's not that they are not taking actions or taking steps, but it's that they are long way behind where they should be in terms of
protecting themselves and protecting their clients, suppliers, and others. Because all of us who do commerce with such organizations are ourselves at risk. So that's one category. The second one is I think, I would say a more mainstream problem where the situation is this, Umesh, that because of the awareness that cyber threats are emerging, over the past few years, organizations have gone in and invested in various types of products or solutions, either homegrown or bought out. So you would have an organization having purchased something from a large product vendor to protect their laptops. Then you have an additional endpoint protection agent. At some later stage, you have an incident management software that comes in. At some later stage, orchestration and response. All of these are being purchased as point-of-time decisions and then being integrated, right? And then that creates a huge issue because you've got this mass of data being generated and thrown out by various systems. You then have the headache of maintaining those systems, figuring out whether that particular software still is the industry-leading one or whether something else has come up. And it just takes your focus away from your own end client to managing your internal estate. And to a greater or lesser extent, I think all of us in this room suffer from it. And I would also say on a lighter note that many of us have contributed to this problem also because when you come out with a new offering, you target a specific need of a client, right? You don't look at their holistic needs. And in doing that, we have kind of contributed to the bigger problem. So that's one big thing, and that is an existing problem in the market today. And you as a practicing CIO, maybe you're at the receiving end of some of this when the budgetary requests come in.
It's a big problem, I can tell you, okay? Because we invest into technology and technology is changing so fast and we have already invested so much and you can't change overnight.
Correct.
And the expectation from practitioners like us is that you change ghar ke sab badal dalo.
Correct.
Which is never possible. So
Correct.
we have to live in an environment where we have multiple solutions
Correct.
from multiple
Absolutely.
partners.
Absolutely. So, and we are no different, okay? So at Infosys also, we are also, to protect our own estate, we do the same, right? So we've built up our strategy over the years. And our CISO, so what we did is, and we call it internally a sentient organization. So what we are doing is, and it's not just the, the cyber protection and the cyber security related products, but any internal application or system that exists within Infosys, the idea is to connect it and in such a way that you have a bird's eye view to the maximum extent possible of what's happening across the organization. So specific to cybersecurity, what we did was the various offerings that the best-in-class products or our own homegrown offerings, those existed as specific solutions for specific problems. What we also have done is built a platform on top of that, which then acts as the CISO's view of the world, which then gives the CISO a complete view of what's happening, and B, in terms of external reporting, in terms of reporting to the board, we have that as a single pane view. Then as we started showing it to various clients, people were interested, they said, we also want this. So now we have, so we've got a number of clients across the globe, and just yesterday we've launched, the CyberNext platform as a service, as a cybersecurity as a service offering in India as well. So what has worked for us, we want to take it to the world and to Indian clients. But last point I'll make on this is the point about complacency. See, all of us are practitioners, and yet all of us have been, we've seen that failures can happen in any organization at any point of time. The thing that was true 20 years ago, people, process, technology, still holds true today. So there are peers of Infosys that have suffered data breaches. There are all of us, there are cybersecurity organizations that have suffered breach. So this can happen, is my thing. And while I've talked to you about what, I would say leading companies like Infosys are doing, I think lesson for me at least and all of us is that, let's not be complacent, because this is not something to pat ourselves on the back. We just got to be careful of what's coming at us.
Thank you. Very interesting thoughts. Alok, coming to you, why do you think the enterprises and organizations are striving to adopt strong digital postures and up their ante on cybersecurity readiness despite so many incidents happening every day. Okay, so you hear lots and lots of cases every day. So
Thank you. So Umesh's question is, Alok, why do you think we are still landing up into so many incidents despite all those good things that we are doing across, right? Okay, let me give an honest answer. You want an honest answer? You want a diplomatically correct answer?
boards are asking us questions. You have deployed so much of technology, still incidents are happening. So what are you guys doing? Eh? Why the technology is working?
So, okay, so I have three parts to what I want to convey, right? I'll be compassionate to you in my first part. I'll be provocative to you in the second part, and probably then we'll decide which is the mutual way forward quickly, right? So that's my three things. So number one, right? Okay, before that, I hope you all got those electronic chips before you entered for the registration, right? You all have those button-like chips, right? Please keep it secured with you because those would be required, and if it's not working for any one of you, please contact the respective authorities, okay? Fair enough? You have not got? None of you have got, is it? Wow. So my first point, ladies and gentlemen, is you can't secure what you don't know, right? And you can't rectify or remediate what you can't detect. It's the very basic principle of cybersecurity, right? You know, there's a spiritual saying that goes, right? Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is wisdom. So the point I'm trying to drive home is, please have the right visibility to your protections and to your detections into your respective environments. That's the first thing. Why organizations still land up into incidents and all these kind of breaches despite no dearth of products, processes, everything in their respective infrastructure, right? Please have the right set of visibility to your protection and detect. It could be by way of tools, by way of platforms, by way of assessments, by way of advisory services. You all know what to do, right? You are all seasoned people sitting out here. That's number one, right? Number two is, you know, if I may hail all the respective business decision makers in this room, right? Today, even if we onboard a technology which has any use from medium to, let's say medium to long term, right? Gone are the days when cost savings was the only criteria. You all agree with me, right? At least to a large extent, if not, right? So today we are talking, we onboard a technology whether it can open new doors for us in terms of new capabilities. That's one criteria. We onboard a technology whether it can broaden new revenue streams for us. That's second criteria. I also see organizations, C-levels, onboarding a technology where they are also helping to open new markets for them, right? From a competitive standpoint, right? So these are all the criteria you buy a technology, onboard a technology, right? Now, my humble request, as I said, to all the decision makers in the room is, please keep security out of this ROI syndrome. Security is the ROI, my friends. Security के लिए कोई ROI नहीं होता है. Right? And that's the reason, and I'm sure Umesh will agree with me, when he has to go to a board, or he has to go to an MD saying that, sir, I want X number of dollars, he's like, okay, what is ROI? That's what we do, right? So I think we together need to put up and educate, aware, right, that having your name on the front page of Times of India for bad reasons is much, much worse than spending few extra dollars for whatever you think to be engaged from a security standpoint. So that's point number two. I said it's a really provocative one, right? So let's have that, right? That's thing. And number three thing that, probably I would, give you a view of is that we all have to make a paradigm shift from professionals and organizations who see security by compliance from security by risk. I'm sorry, right? Because if we are still stuck up with that primitive mindset and a business approach of security by compliance, the fundamental problem, Umesh, why we still land up into this will still remain. So we have to, compliance will remain obviously, it's a subset of it, but we have to be professionals of security by risk and not security by compliance. So that's my views of it.
Thank you, thank you. So, Dr. Nath, coming to you, as we all know that digital is the thing which we have to adopt, but how can a regulatory framework and policy support faster development of India's digital economy?
Yeah, before we come to that, I would like to reflect on some of the points that my colleagues have raised from the panel.
Sure.
And my own 2 words of wisdom or insight. From the observation of the incidents that have happened across and the organizations that are there, one of the things that we have observed is many organizations are mature and they have got a security setup that is separate from the operations part of it. But a lot of organizations, and including some of the organizations that have been in the news recently, do not have a separate CISO per se and a separate security setup. And that's very important component. And I think I'm not saying that many of the organizations that are represented here would be having a CISO and a security setup separately, and a well-trained, experienced setup. That's one of the most important components. Having the right people in the right places, it achieves a lot of things. Everything else normally gets taken care of because they get the right technologies in place, and they get the right processes put in place, and they get the right operations also put in place. So it's important to have the right people in place, and a CISO and his team is an important component, and every organization should have one. Yesterday only, we were discussing one incident, and they were saying that everybody has a physical security. They have security guards outside and biometric access systems, but then for the digital infrastructure, they don't have a separate team, and that's the sad part of it. That's one. The second is, whenever the design any system, you will find the meeting that happens, and this is something I've been talking in multiple forums, is when you sit in the room and then you start talking about the product, new product or new service that you're going to launch and the new system that's going to come about. You list out all the requirements that are there for that and what are the features that you want of that product. But security is not put in that particular meeting. It's after the whole design happens that you start looking at how do I secure that product now or service. I think security is also a feature of the product or service that you design. So right at the first meeting that you do, you should actually list out security as one of the features of that product. That's when you find that the architecture of how the product is designed, the hardware architecture, the system architecture, the software architecture, all get inbuilt into that with security in mind. So that is also another important part. And from personal experience, I'll tell you that we've had this conversation with the development team, and when all these things were listed out and they came up with an architecture, we said, now you list security as also part, and then come back a couple of weeks later, you'll find that the architecture that came out was entirely different from the architecture they first presented to us. So security being an essential feature or a functionality of the product and service is also an important component of how you go about designing a system or architecture, and it makes a lot of difference. And one of the things about, we've been doing this trusted, one thing about trusted telecom and trusted sources and all, we've been trying to get products from trusted sources. But bulk of the breaches that have happened, if you'll find, are with infrastructure, underlying infrastructure of hardware and software that have been procured from trusted sources. So the basic problem is not about the trustworthiness of the source. The basic problem is these trustworthy companies which are there are designing atrocious products. They are not building security per se right from the initial stage of design. So I think these two important parts have to be taken care of. And the third, of course, is hygiene, which has been talked about. Everybody should be conscious about security and how handle things. Oh yeah, now I'll come to.
But Dr. Nath, you mentioned about these providers, but how about the SOPs? And I think the recent cases we got to know that the technology was in place, but the SOPs were not being followed. Okay, adherence, awareness, Srirang talked about. I think these are the things which are very important. Okay, so even though we have the technology in place, but the process, the people, as we say, the employee is the weakest link in the chain. Okay.
The visibility is also not there. One of the things is that we don't have visibility. We keep on adding on security modules one after another. You put one module, then you put another module, then you put another module, then you don't have a proper orchestration of all of that. So you really don't have a visibility into, you know, the whole infrastructure that is there.
That's another problem the practitioners like us face, because these products, they don't talk to each other. Okay.
And the other is, if you architect properly, you see, one thing is a breach would occur. Whatever you do, a breach would occur. It's a question of how do you isolate it in such a way that the breach gets restricted to a certain area. That's an important part of it. So, I mean.
So, coming back to you, Alok, as you remain in the hot seat, or hot desk, I would say, of the incidents and breaches.
Right.
Could you draw with us any trends and patterns which are happening in these days?
Sure.
Which will be very helpful for our audience.
Yeah. That's what I do for living, by the way, right? Stop breaches. All right. So, yeah, that's a very interesting question, Umesh. You would have come to me separately, I would have charged you for that. But thanks to Vinayak and the SI team, I'll more than happy to share my thoughts in here, right? So, yes, there is a pattern, right? If I usually get about 5 to 7 security incidents reported on my desk every month, right? And if you ask me and what I'm about to share, the pattern is something so very elementary. It's like making a, child put a ribbon on his, chest before dressing him up and everything. It's as simple. I'll share you what is it. So first of all, right, 85 to 90% of the breaches that land is up on my desk have this thing in common, guys. Please take a note if need be. Number one, right? Please have MFA, multi-factor authentication, for every single user and for every single application. At least external facing applications, period. It's not negotiable. Threat actors exploit that. Number one. Number two, please restrict access privileges for everybody. There's a famous saying in our parlance, right, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. You all had heard that? I think it's very true to us. When I go to and meet, all the C-levels, the MDs, everybody, it's like, no, we have to give access privileges because he's HOD's business head, he's MD's son, ABCD. We have to, right? That's why I'm saying culture eats strategy, right? But trust me, guys, trust me, gentlemen, that's a recipe for disaster. If need be, please deploy just-in-time privileges tools if they need that access. But don't give by default access privileges to everybody in the environment. They are not that tech savvy. They will be your weakest link in the chain when those things happen. Number two. Number three, right? Please patch. I know it's a patching syndrome. It's a patching fatigue that we have in the industry. But please patch all your at least external facing applications, right? I'm not at the liberty of throwing name here, but I just landed up with 4 IR calls in the last 1.5 months for the simple reason because one of their firewalls were not patched. Simple as that. How elementary is that, right? Number 5, please restrict any alternate remote management tools. If you use ABCD, TeamViewer, or whatever that is authorized by a corporation or organization, please stick to that. Don't authorize or make any person use any other remote management tools. That's the first and the most favorable thing a threat actor adversely exploits and get into your environment. Right? Number 5, backups. Most elementary thing, and still we fall flat on that. Please understand, I gave you a view of know your adversary, right? KYA. If I am a professional, I am a hardworking guy who spends months and weeks to prepare for something for a project, I will not let go that easily, right? That's a human psyche. Same applies for the adversary, my friends. Behind every incident, there is a human brain. There is no technology running behind every incident at the end of the day. There is human brain. So we have to understand what are their TTPs, what are their tactics, what are their techniques, what are their procedures, right? So please have backups offline. Maintain a copy. Because the moment threat actor encrypts your backup, that is his first way of getting you kneeled and bent down, because that is when he will extort money from you. If you have a backup plan, why would he ever come and ask that whatever money for data filtration, right? Doesn't make sense. So please have backups offline, or maybe worm. You understand worm, right? The acronym WORM, right? Write once, read many and stuff like that. So please do that. Take care of your backups. And number 5, last, the most elementary thing. I don't know how many of you got this. There was an article in Times of India just about a couple of weeks back on the passwords that India has, right? You know what were the top 3 passwords? I'm sure a lot of smiling faces, people have read that. The top 3 passwords, I think they did some 10 million, 20 million searches or whatever that they did, right? The top 3 passwords for the enterprises in the country is PASSWORD with a prefix of 1, 2, 3 or 3, 4, 5. Okay? The second, India, INDIA or INDYA with prefix of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. Number 3, can you guess it? Big basket. So I was telling to one of my friends outside, I said, God help us. God, I have to hail God. If my local admin passwords protecting my infrastructure are this password India and big basket, how elementary is that, my friends? Right? So the thing is, please have unique local admin password. So these are some common 6, 7 things, Umesh, that when I get let to see them.
No, very valid. I think these are basic. Everybody in the room knows about multi-factor authentication, backups, remote logins. Okay, all those should be stopped. Yeah. But yes, it is not being practiced, and that is why we are having these many incidents. Okay, as I mentioned, that the SOPs are not being followed, the processes are not being followed, and that is why. So we are almost, in fact, crossed the timeline. I would now like to open the floor for any questions from the audience to our esteemed panelists. Anybody? Any questions for our panelists? None? I think we are all good. Huh?
Yeah, let me make a last parting comment here, right? I normally say this in forums, and I'll take the liberty of availing the platform here. Guys, assets were owned then. They are shared now. Competition was known then. It's unpredictable now. Innovation was methodical then. It is rapid now. App deployments was timely then, instantaneous now. And organizations were built to last then. They are built to change now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that brings us to the end of this interesting panel discussion. I think I had a lot of questions, but time was not permitting. But thank you very much, Dr. Nath. Thank you, Alok. And thank you, Shirang.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. From interconnected risks to awareness risks to know your adversary, digital adapters to digital disruptors, access to education. Let's not get past complacency, or let's get past it so quickly now that it's available and accessible to all. What do you not know, and what are you really prepared or unprepared for? Security by compliance versus security by risk. Trustworthiness of sources by design, not default. So there you go, a lot of insights, a lot of engaging context and conversations. Audience, how come no questions? I think there are going to be a lot of questions at the end of that panel. To bet on the next one, what we'll do now is we'll quickly break for tea, and we will come back at 10:45, quick 10-minute bio break. There's a much awaited inaugural of AISS that's happening then, so catch you back at 10:45. All. We're all set to begin in the next couple of minutes. So if you have friends, peers, and members of the audience outside, a quick shout out to them to come back in. And if you're sitting here and you know somebody who's standing on the outside, usher them back in and we'll begin shortly. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. The day is set, the time has come to officially inaugurate the conference. Annual Information Security Summit has been touted as a genuinely industry-led cybersecurity conference, and today we're privileged to have with us many thought leaders, influencers, policymakers, practitioners, knowledge seekers, and contributors from across the industry and government, encapsulating the length and breadth of the cybersecurity ecosystem. We would like to extend a very warm and cordial welcome to all of our delegates, speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who've joined us from all over the country and abroad, and without whom this event would surely not have been possible. Once again, we're excited to be able to host AISS 2022 and in in-person mode after 2 years of virtual editions due to the ongoing pandemic. And therefore, with many exciting things put together, all happening all across the venue, do visit the exhibition booths. Check the Startup Pavilion, hosted by DSCI's National Center of Excellence, pavilions right outside the hall over the stairs. Network with peers and business leaders. Clearly, that's more exciting because, like I said, we're all back together in person after a while. Check out contests that are going on in various booths, win exciting prizes to play and win. Visit Trellix, booth 44, Protect.ai, booth 35, Critical, booth 13, and Weher, booth 7. We request you to keep sharing your thoughts, again, for the Twitterati and experiences that go up in social media. Use the official hashtag AISS2022, and of course, put in the @DSCI_connect on Twitter. You can also connect with us on social media platforms to get event highlights. Simply scan the QR code outside the Pearl Hall to follow all of the social channels. Please be seated, get comfortable as we now commence with the event that is the inaugural. Today we have the pleasure of having with us Dr. Saurabh Garg, Chief Executive Officer, Unique Identification Authority of India, UIDAI, as our chief guest for the summit. We're delighted to welcome our chairman, Mr. Rajendra S. Pawar, Chairman DSCI and Chairman co-founder NIIT Group for the inaugural. And we have Mr. Vinayak Godse, Chief Executive Officer, DSCI, amongst us as well. May I request Dr. Saurabh Garg, CEO, UIDAI, Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman DSCI, and Mr. Vinayak Godse, CEO, DSCI, to kindly join us on stage. Please join me in welcoming them on stage with a huge round of applause. May I now request Mr. Vinayak Godse to deliver the welcome address and set the tone for the summit in order.
Good morning and welcome you all for this 13th version of NASSCOM DSA Annual Information Security Summit. So as you know that this is a summit that we culminated with the year. We try to take a review of the cybersecurity developments and evaluations which happen in the year. And we also do this as a 3-day large event format where we start with, yesterday we started with these master classes and very deep down discussion on cybersecurity space. And we have 2 days of agenda, largely focusing on a very different contemporary topic of the cybersecurity, which you just now, sometime back, heard from the Samir Atulekar, which is a he's holding the baton of AISS this year. So this summit is really a reflection of a lot of those developments happening in cybersecurity. It's also the culmination of the efforts that we all are putting together for cybersecurity and making the cyber world secure. We also work together basically to really make the cyberspace more secure and try to defend that with all the vigor and kind of effort and kind of capability that we build all across the country. It's not only we do it for ourselves as a country or for our own system, own economy, own systems and organization, we also do it for the global organization as well. So out of India, there are a lot of work which is happening and we are delivering that to the global geographies all across the globe basically. And many cities like Hyderabad, Pune, Mumbai, we are seeing a lot of those global work, cybersecurity, operational work, services work, product work, as research work is coming to India. And that's the effort that we are all are putting together for the making the cybersecurity work in the country and as well as securing our own border frontiers and also the offering those kind of capability to the global geographies all across the world basically. So Data Security Council of India had been a kind of a connected industry endeavor where people from various walk, right from the students work, learning their BTech and trying to look at cybersecurity as a career option for them, to somebody which is recently joined the cybersecurity world, to somebody which is really experienced professional cybersecurity work, somebody which is working as a leader in cybersecurity, somebody is working in a different industry verticals, somebody working in a policy making and for the cybersecurity and privacy side, somebody is working in a government organization or public sector organization. So it's a kind of a connected entity which engage with all these professionals all across the country at a different location, different level, different kind of discipline of security, as well as different sectors of the industry basically. And we try to mobilize many actions and efforts basically for cybersecurity in the country. And the privacy, as we know that initially we started with engaging with the global geography and privacy, but nowadays we look at the India's own concern for the privacy as well. So, and then we are starting this annual Information Security Summit as at the backdrop of this digital personal data protection bill, which we all are now deliberating on this particular bill with respect to what exactly this bill talks about, how it's trying to build the entire ecosystem, will be building an ecosystem for the cybersecurity and privacy. So this bill is the context for the AISS, but as we are not limiting ourselves only to the data protection and privacy. So this is just simple visualization we created for all of us to understand how exactly the privacy and the different kind of clauses and articles of this particular bill. So this is definitely one of the important area of deliberation of these 3 days of the conference. But as we know that cyber security as a subject and as we had been until now hearing, things are happening some other parts of the globe, right? So we had been trying to see the cyber threats, especially in the last 1 month or 2 months and last 1 year. We are seeing the problems and challenges basically coming to us as well. So our own health sector, our own hospital sector, our own oil energy sector, our own power sector, we are seeing security incidences shaping and probably disrupting the way the cyber security is. So Amit, you need to change the slide probably. Way the sectors, different sectors like a power sector, health sector, hospitals nowadays, and the kind of a pharma sector basically. Recently the disruption that we are seeing and the kind of issues that we have looked at basically, and we had seen the potency of the cyber threats and cyber crime to create a larger significant impact, and that's what we see that we all need to gear up for now taking care of the security. And I would like to see how exactly the security is evolving, right? So until now we had been focusing more on if you look at the historical part of the security, so until now security was mostly the assurance professional. We all come from the assurance profession. We have been focusing most of our attention to assessment, assurance, testing, penetration testing kind of effort, but now the things are going more towards the real-time management of the challenges basically. Real-time of management of the challenges is largely how do exactly build capabilities in a way that that helps us to manage the security problem on more real-time basis. So we are the kind of volume and velocity of transaction that we have been processing. So we are going from the assurance driven to the real-time management of the problem with making security more contextual, more automated, more orchestrated kind of a security. So that's the until now, basically. So that's what we have been deliberating in last day as well, and we'll be deliberating from now to the next 2 days of time, basically. But now what we are seeing, what happened in some of the health sector, what is happening in what happened in the oil and energy sector. So increasingly the focus is to response and recovery, basically. So we are now increasingly putting our attention how better we can respond and recover for that. And for all that, so that is the evolution of security that we have been seeing from last 1 or 2 years, and especially in this year, the focus is mostly on response and recovery. What we basically look at is for that to happen, basically, so we need a lot of national effort, right? We are working on looking at for the national policies and regulations for that. We are looking at the national strategy for cybersecurity. We are now looking at the help of the law enforcement official and judiciary to help us with bringing the criminals to the justice. We are also now looking at leveraging from the government effort for cybersecurity, and there are significant government effort which we will be hearing from in the tomorrow's session. We are also looking at the effort that we all are putting together to develop the education skill to take care of the challenges of cybersecurity. And then on the other side, we have to create the leadership for the challenges that we are facing in cybersecurity space. We have to look at industry coming together, collaborating and engaging and sharing data. We need to create the market for the capability that we develop in cybersecurity. And more importantly, we focus on research and innovation in cybersecurity space, basically. So these are the agenda. So apart from what you have been trying to do the security in a real-time basis on kind of response and recovery you look at a national effort level, aggregate level effort, basically at a national level, industry level, we have to take this effort, and DSCI overall agenda and overall effort that DSCI is putting together in each of these, working with the national agencies, national effort, and at the same time creating a lot of effort to prepare industry better for cybersecurity. And for that, what we are devising ourselves is to look at largely 3 goals for the security fraternity and community here. One is to how do we make security and privacy as a key agent force or agent of force for digital transformation that is happening in the country. That's one thing. Secondly, how do we better prepare, which is with our capability, with our innovation and capability that we have, how do we better prepare industry sectors all across the industry sector, basically, and how do we create India's image and probably leadership in the global cyberspace. So that's the effort, that's the goal that we as a community, as a DSA can look at. And for that to happen, we definitely need the participation from the industry to many things that we do at a national level, at an industry level, basically. We need a support of the support for the different activities that we try to bring together. And we need to probably explore a lot of those opportunities that are hidden in cybersecurity space. And more importantly, we all need to partner towards creating the cyber safe secure, basically. With this message, basically, I welcome you all to these 3 days of the deliberations of the Annual Information Security Summit. And also, all the feedback and comment from your side and all the participation and partnership and contribution that we're getting from all across industry vertical, plus in security providers and startups as well. So feel free to take a time to go and engage with most of the technology providers, including the startup pavilion that we have, and enjoy your time here in 2 days, and please contribute to all the discussion that we are doing as a part of an Information Security Summit. With this, thank you, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinayak, for your insights and the important initiative and priority areas for DSCI as laid out. Digital transformation, cyber preparedness, global cyber space, and all of these elements that come together into building what we need to set up for the next few years that come up for the ecosystem, and enlisting your support to participate, support, explore, engage, and partner with all of these things that come together. Moving ahead, please put your hands together and welcoming Mr. Rajendra Pawar, Chairman DSCI, for a very special opening address.
Mr. Garg and all our friends here, very, very hearty welcome to all of you. We are delighted to have all of you here. We are quite overwhelmed, should we say, by the extent of participation. Yesterday morning, when I was checking with the team, they said maybe 500 to 700 people. Now it's over 1,500. And there are check-in happening in real time. So this is COVID-appropriate behavior. You go into a meeting 30 seconds before, and I told Mr. Garg, we'll go there on time, and just be prepared that very soon people will come in, because all of us have built some new behaviors during COVID. Not bad, but new. One of which is that we go from one meeting to the other by pressing a button, not by getting into the car, driving for 20 minutes and reaching somewhere. So our sense of time, we have to rework. And I'm finding that not only as we started this, and I want to make sure we get back on track on time, because COVID has actually spoilt us in terms of time. We've lost the idea of commuting, that it takes time. We've lost the concept that you go from one meeting to another, that it takes time, because everything happens just by switching the screen, which takes no time at all. But anyway, as I said, the opening thing I do want to say is we are really delighted to have all of you and so many people here, and that's the way we see things happening everywhere. So, a few opening comments, not too long, because we do have to close on the time that is scheduled for us. And I just want to make a couple of points of why cyber is getting increasingly important, and why this period of time we have to focus on it. Why now, basically? So, none of this is news, but the digital transformation of life has been accelerated by COVID and during COVID. So we've heard this term of digital transformation of companies going on for a long time. We've looked at Digital India as a slogan not too long ago. And when we hear our keynote, our Uday, UIDAI, I want to have a shorter word for it. Happened to be my son's name. So UIDAI, chief talking about digital public goods. I'm keen to listen to him, because this change is more than all of us comprehend. The pace and the magnitude of change of going digital and what it means to be. So everyone, everything, and every place is now a piece of data, and swishing around at a speed faster than we imagine. And this digitalization has happened when we were sitting at home, so we do not understand the magnitude of the pace of change. So the first thing we have to recognize is that the world is very different post-COVID than it was pre-COVID, and COVID accelerated this process. COVID changed our mindset on how to deal with it. And now with 5G coming, you can imagine the order of magnitude change that will accelerate. So everything is growing exponentially, and everything is data. And from that come the threats, which I'll talk about for a minute, and from that come the opportunities. So threats, I don't need to tell the stories. I think all of us reading the same stuff, except that you can't trust what you read anymore. And I was trying to ask Rama this morning, what example should I give? She said, don't give examples. We at DSCI can't be dramatizing a situation. And also we don't have the facts. Who has the facts today? Nobody has. But we do know that there are very serious things happening, where since everything is data and it's happened faster than we can cope with it, the vulnerabilities have gone far ahead of our capacity to deal with the vulnerabilities. So just the one example of AIMS, I don't want to go into detail, tells us how they lost productivity for a number of days, and how we don't know whether the data is secure, and we don't quite know when it will be resolved, and we can imagine the risks if the data is in the wrong hands. We can just imagine it. And I don't need to give examples. All of you here at least are reading more than I am on this subject. But the vulnerabilities are increasing because there's a surge in data flow, huge surge, and there's a massive growth in the surface area. So the last individual who has a phone who doesn't know what data security is could be the root cause of a vulnerability. We know that. So the vulnerability is huge. Global attacks are up some 30-odd%. 1 out of 40 organizations is impacted by ransomware, impacted by it. Average weekly attacks on a given organization is more than 1,000 attacks. We may or may not know them. And 82% of global 1,000 companies are vulnerable to cyber attacks. In India, the average cost of a breach has been over 20 crores, average cost. And as we move into mixed reality with metaverse and so on and so forth, the vulnerability only goes up because we are moving into the digital world willingly, very rapidly. And now the least of the as a service, the latest of the as a service is ransomware as a service. So it's becoming easier and easier for those who want to play mischief. Just like we are building platforms like Aadhaar, which anybody can use, and UPI that anybody can use, please realize that there are smarter people, and I want to say smarter. I'm not looking at the value system. Smarter system building, people building platforms for those who want to play mischief. So, not here to get anybody over concerned. All of you people are involved in this. So the threats are higher. Everything is data and surfaces are opened. But I want to touch on opportunities for a minute. So, and in the opportunities, I want to touch on some of the things we laid out as DSCI, as NASSCOM. We set up DSCI, is going to be 15 years soon. And I want to cite the thing which would have been, which is not new to many of you, that on the silver anniversary of NASSCOM, when PM Modi had been PM for a year and he came, and he made a very interesting observation. He said, I've been PM for less than a year, and I have a habit of every head of state who comes to meet me, I have to have a quiet discussion with them. You must have seen some photographs in the garden, even wherever he goes, where there's no microphone, and he talks to the leaders and says, what are the 3 things that keep you awake? And he told us that day that it's uncanny that every one of them had one common factor, and that was cyber. Heads of nations. And then he told us that for you guys, you can't get a better opportunity. It's everybody's problem. And he exhorted NASSCOM and then DSCI to seize the opportunity of cybersecurity as perhaps India's great opportunity. But make India cyber secure, but also make the world cyber secure. And so therefore, opportunities at the gross level, that's really our big opportunity. But within that, we did a comprehensive study. We did a cybersecurity task force, did a comprehensive study and put together some directions which many of you are involved in, are shaping, are executing. But at that time, we said a few things, and I just wanted to touch on that. I'll talk a bit more at the end when we're talking about the future. But we did say at that time that we were maybe a single digit, 1% of 1.5% of the size, less than 1% of the size of the IT sector when we set out on the cyber security task force. And we said that by the time the IT industry becomes 350 billion, we should be 10% of that. 35 billion, up from 1%, because the growth rate of cyber obviously is significantly higher than that of the IT sector. So I was just taking up an approximation because the financial year is still to get over, but based on estimates, the cyber sector will be over 15 billion in this year that we are going through, and we'll cross 6% of the IT industry size. And the CAGR for this industry is 30%. If the IT industry grows at 10%, then 2026 we will reach the 10% of the size, and we will be close, if not just beyond 35 billion. The second data point we had put as an aspiration was 1 million people should be involved in the cyber industry. So this data is more difficult to get because data is also not being segregated by all companies which do IT services. So it becomes like a horizontal sometimes, and somewhere it's a vertical. But we are close to 5,450,000 people involved directly, indirectly in cyber, growing at 35% per year. So this should also exceed that number of 1 million people involved by 2026. And we made a very interesting observation when we went in depth on that exercise. The task force was very extensive and intensive work, studied the industry all over the world, and concluded that the strategy should be to have a very tight integration between 3 groups of players. One, of course, is the industry, And within the industry, the startup component as a key driver. And we can see the 10% growth of industry and 30% growth of cyber product companies as well. So one player is the industry. Second player is the academia. When we studied Israel, we studied US, we studied some of the countries which are doing great, is that industry, academia, and the government were very tightly interlocked in growing this sector. Not only growing because everybody is involved. All of us are a piece of data. We're dealing with data. So now that is the strategy. We will perhaps be touching on that as we come toward the end, to say that everyone in this room, you are in one of those three groups. You have to find one friend in the other group and one friend in the third group, and make your own triumvirate, because when these three come together, then we will see not just the massive explosion of the industry, but then we will see that cyber is beginning to fulfill its obligation of making a cyber-secure country and making a cyber-secure world. So with that, all the best. I think I'm looking forward to it as much as you are, and I've shifted my office to this place for the next 2 days to not miss a moment, and I hope to meet many of you in one-on-one discussions. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pawar. The increasing importance of cyber, why now? Digital transformation of life itself, data, exponential growth leading to threats, and of course, with that, increased opportunities, increased vulnerability, which then also dovetails into the metaverse and the digital world that's emerging. So what does that mean? The mind-boggling numbers that are connected to it, the impact to, and of course, the formation of the triumvirate to make sure that the future is secure. Thank you so much, Mr. Pawar. DSCI has always had the tradition of launching a publication at AISS and keeping the tradition intact. This year, unlike any other year, we have a special book launch. Let me highlight that this is not a market report or a cybersecurity industry landscape report, but a very special edited volume, which is a collection of curated articles from thought leaders across diverse backgrounds who've penned down thoughts and point of views on some of the pertinent themes of our times into an edited volume titled Gearing Up for Digital ++, Reimagining Security and Trust. For the launch, may I request Ms. Rama Vadasheri, former CEO DSCI, to accompany us on stage for the launch of the book, Gearing Up for the Digital Reimagining Security and Trust. Manish Sharma also to join us on stage. Manish, if you're in the audience, Monish to join us. And now I request all of you to finally put your hands together and wait for the unveil and reveal of the book and the official launch as the books get to each of them on stage. I'm going to now request Ms. Rama Vadasheri to give us a quick walkthrough of the edited volume of the book. Rama, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, a huge compliments and congratulations to entire DSCI team and Vinayak for bringing AISS back on ground, and it's so heartwarming to see a hall full of cybersecurity, privacy industry leaders here. So the objective of this edited volume or compendium of articles that DSCI undertook as a project in calendar year 2022 was to be able to we typically engage a lot with CISOs, CIOs, privacy leaders, and other, cybersecurity community. And we've had business leaders and others, of course, come as speakers and, share their perspectives. But we wanted to be able to bring an edited volume like this, where a cross-section of stakeholders who are driving the digital transformation journey of the country come and pen their articles and point of view or op-eds. I'm extremely grateful, DSCI is extremely grateful to a whole bunch of business leaders from banking, healthcare, and technology, cybersecurity, global and India leaders, new age technology companies from quantum and self-sovereign identity, and two of the legal luminaries who have been engaging with government on the cyber law and technology policy space, and a few others. So it's an edited volume of articles, and we are really grateful for the very first edition of a compendium like this. Such thought leaders from India have written. Why this book, and what is it that we are, the message that we are trying to carry is that India at 75, we in the technology industry and DSCI team and NASSCOM team, we believe that we have a new place in the world order. I'm sure when we listen to the External Affairs Minister or our Honorable Prime Minister, that gets reinforced all the time. We have an unprecedented opportunity to become an increasingly more preferred destination for technology and for cybersecurity technology solutions because of the newly emerging friend-shoring strategy. And we believe the technology industry, particularly security, privacy solution providers, are going to be increasingly held to the scrutiny of government, regulators, customers, and consumers. So we need to rise to the occasion and look at how do we build our digital platforms in a trusted and privacy-aware way so that we move this cognitive burden of being safe online or being privacy-aware from our citizens so that we can put citizens and users center stage when we are architecting a solution. Dr. Narendranath also talked about it. So those are things that are being captured. There's a very new theme where we are saying just like we as a leading democracy in the world, we are familiar and we know what our human rights, fundamental rights are. In the digital world, how do we guarantee those kind of digital human rights? One of the legal luminaries of the country has penned an article on that. And we also believe, I think Dr. Saurabh will be talking about it, we have, I think, really set the stage worldwide on a very unique digital transformation journey, particularly the way we have built architecture-led public platforms in the area of payments, identity, and now healthcare. So I think we have lessons to give to the rest of the world. In such a situation, I think we also need to take the lead in engaging in the global standard-setting bodies so that in the digital world, we are not one of those countries in the global south, but we are also part of the global north. So some of these topics are being discussed on this. I'm extremely grateful to my co-editor, another colleague from DSCI, alumni of DSCI, who was the joint editor in conceptualizing the theme and the sub-themes for the articles and engaging with the authors. And then the three themes are accelerating digital, securing digital plus plus, and future of digital. And I think the future of digital is in the hands of all of us in the room and your peers back in the companies where you're in the services companies, startups, or global technology platforms. So I think we need to do that in terms of the future. And as we chart out, when we say India at 75, and we chart out a socio-economic development roadmap, technology-led or digital-led, we need to make sure that we put citizen and trust and security in the center stage, and there is agile and evolving regulation which is supporting these kind of emerging technologies. That's the perspective. I do hope each of you all will download the copy and be able to read and give us feedback. There's a team from DSCI who was behind this. One that is heartwarming for Vinayak and me is it has been conceptualized, developed, even produced by DSCI. So we can, I think, now give the publishing industry also a little bit of heartbreak. Okay, so it's been internally produced, and there's a core team. I would like to thank Amit Ghosh, who leads the communication functions, Charu, Deepa from the policy team, and an external copy editor, Priyanka, who have supported me and Munish in doing this. I would like you to read this and encourage the DSCI team so that Vinayak gives me an opportunity to bring out a second volume of this maybe a year or two down the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rama. There you go, accelerating digital, surviving digital plus plus, and of course the future of digital with citizens' trust and security right at the center stage. So those were the insights. Request all of you to download the e-version of this book from DSCI website, or you can scan the QR code available at the venue and get your copies. Make sure to get them. And now the time has come for the inaugural address. Dr. Saurabh Garg is the Chief Executive Officer of Unique Identification Authority of India, UIDAI. Prior to this, he was Principal Secretary, Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment, Odisha, where he worked on digitalizing agriculture and developing a direct income transfer scheme for farmers. He's worked in the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, where he spearheaded the formation of National Investment in Infrastructure Fund, NIIF, FDI policies, preparing the framework for digital payments, revamping of the gold sector policies that led negotiations for the bilateral investment treaties or BITs. Dr. Garg is an IAS officer of Odisha Cadre and has over 30 years of experience. He holds a PhD in International Economics and Development from the Johns Hopkins University, USA. He did his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad and BTech from IIT Delhi. He was a Chevening Gurukul Fellow at the London School of Economics and Political Science, London. Without further ado, we'd like to gladly invite Dr. Saurabh Garg to address the audience.
Mr. Pawar, Chairman, Mr. Godse, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here for this annual Information Security Summit and being held in the in-person mode. I'm sure all of us are happy to be here and especially to meet all friends, colleagues, may perhaps after a long time. For me personally, I must thank NASSCOM and DSCI for inviting me, and I've taken the opportunity to bring my colleagues from UIDI also out here, so that a subject which is extremely important, and as I was discussing with Mr. Pawar, it will continue to be increasingly important for all the wrong reasons, but it's getting the traction that I think it needs to get, especially keeping in view the extent of digitalization and digitalization that will continue to happen across all sectors of the economy. I don't think I need to talk about the importance of this as we go ahead, or the criticality of the sector as the digital economy grows. As a part of the Digital India initiative, there are talks of 1 trillion digital economy, 5 trillion or 10 trillion over the next many, many years. And I think that's only going to get accelerated given our experiences over the past 2 years, and perhaps how a lot of activities can continue to happen even if they don't happen in an in-person mode. Talking more broadly, the issue of digital public goods has been mentioned earlier today. And in fact, this year is also the year that India has assumed the presidency of the G20. And one of the verticals that is being discussed in the G20 over the next 12 months are the areas of digital public goods and digital economy, and what role India can play in that at a global level. We are aware of the digital platforms that we've built, whether it's Aadhaar, of which of course I'll speak a bit more on, the UPI, the Unified Payments Interface, the e-sign, the DigiLocker, and a host of others which combined are referred to as the India stack. And the architecture of the Indian stack, which is all open source, which is all modular, so it can be scaled up, I think is very well suited for being adopted globally by different countries. We've seen in UIDI the kind of interest that other countries have in digital identity. And nearly every fortnight, we have visits from some country from Latin America, from Africa, or for Asia, who are interested to understand the Aadhaar architecture, which by its very nature ensures that it probably is also very frugal, and in the way it's been developed, and ensuring that it can be adopted widely by different countries as we go ahead. And I suppose that's also an area where that would bring out opportunities for companies in the Indian ecosystem to be able to participate in the globalization of the India stack and the digital public goods, which have been developed in India over the past few decades. Talking specifically of Aadhaar, where we are, we've reached a stage now after about 10 years since the first Aadhaar was issued, that every resident in India has an Aadhaar who is above the age of 18. It's at 100% that we have, and in fact, our job is now more focused on looking at the 2.5 crore births that happen every year to ensure that they get Aadhaar as early as possible. So where our attention has now shifted is much more on the utilization, on the usage. We have about 70 to 80 million authentications happening every day on Aadhaar. Nearly 40% of them are through the Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, which enable people in rural areas to be, in effect, operate a bank account, deposit money, withdraw cash from any shop that has that POS machine, which can be, through which one can operate their bank accounts. And this growth of around cross 70 million, just 2 years back, we were at around 40 million per day. So you can imagine the kind of growths that happen in the authentication, whether it's in this or in the ration cards or eKYC, etc. And going forward, that's an area that we are looking at how we can expand the usage with the vision of ease of living, how a digital platform like Aadhaar can help in the ease of living so that delivery of services which can be done digitally should be done digitally. In fact, the vision of Digital India is to have the default mode of government service delivery in the digital mode, and the exception handling or the non-default mode should be an in-person or a physical presence requirement. And I think that really would ensure the further growth of the digital economy, and more importantly, provide the necessary convenience, especially in remote areas, in flung areas, tribal areas, hilly districts, etc., where obviously physical presence becomes so much more difficult. And I think that's one area where we in Aadhaar are also working closely to ensure how we can enable different methods of ensuring that that a secure identity proof is done before the service delivery is made to take care of any issues of wrong delivery of services or for that matter fraud. To this end, we have looked at some of the non-online methods of delivery also, in an offline manner, doing verification, which has been enabled by the QR codes, and which Aadhaar, we are trying to popularize the fact that if anyone gives an Aadhaar card, it's very easy to verify whether it's been photoshopped by just reading the QR code by a QR code scanner. And I think that's what will build trust before any transaction is done. And I suppose that's the basis of business to ensure that trust is there. There are enough, I think, people in the economic sector who have worked on issues on how to build trust to ensure that the economy or the business does better. And I think that's an area where in the digital space, what factors will build that trust is something that we would need to continue to work on to ensure that the economy benefits and that transactions can happen without fear of any mistakes being made. The other area which perhaps may be of direct relevance to a lot of people in the information security sector, which is the focus of this conference, is the fact that our levels of indigenization in cybersecurity leave a lot more to be desired, and we need to work much more in that. I think different agencies within the government are working on it. I know in UIDI itself, we've developed a kind of a sandbox mechanism to enable proof of concepts to be done for cyber products, cybersecurity products that are developed. Already 2 or 3 companies are working with us on developing those products, and we would be happy to provide that platform to ensure that companies, startups who are interested, who are working in that area, who have developed a product or a service which will help indigenize the cybersecurity ecosystem, how we can develop it further. And that's why, in fact, my team is here to maybe visit and move around and see what products that we make use of, but are not yet indigenized, how we can work in that. So that's an area that I'm sure I and UIDI and the government at a larger level is working and will continue to work, and would be happy to get ideas from all of you. One last thing which I would just like to mention is UIDI has had the tradition of working with people from the industry. At the exemption, I was talking to Rama just now, and she was mentioning how architects had come together in UIDI to help develop Aadhaar. We look forward to continuing that tradition and look forward to people from the industry. They want a break, they want to volunteer. We would be very happy to ensure that industry inputs are used to develop products which, as a public digital platform, would be available for wider use. So, and I think that's the approach that we are following in a lot of the India Stack products, given that, the kind of knowledge that we seek is very often very specific, very detailed, which might only be available in particular companies and sectors, and would definitely like to leverage that. I'm not getting into the details of what we plan to do in AI, ML, or other aspects of cybersecurity. But one other thought that we are working on is, you might be aware that we've just released the face authentication, so that on the smartphone you can do authentication. And going forward, I think we visualize a lot more of the services which require verification of your identity, which require such kind of authentication to move into the smartphone, so that smartphone becomes a single device for ensuring that a lot of those transactions happen. Already in the banking sector it's happening, and I'm sure going forward it will happen in the other sectors too. So once again, I'm very happy to be here, very happy to see the kind of response that there is, and look forward to a closer collaboration between different agencies in the government and startups and different companies to ensure that the vision of Digital India and is resting on a secure cyber security framework and which is largely indigenized as we go ahead. Thank you. Thank you once again for inviting me here.
Tracing the journey and the next steps of Aadhaar, its utilization, usage, the impact and reach, and again, mind-boggling numbers there. Building trust without fear, developing indigenized cyber-secure ecosystems, public digital platforms with access for wider use, and of course, aspiring for better collaboration. What a lovely inaugural address. Thank you so much for taking us and walking us through that. With that, we come to the end of the inaugural session. Before we move on to the next segment, we have greetings from one of our key stakeholders and a luminary in the cybersecurity domain. So can we hear from Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pant, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Government of India. He has a little message for us. Can we have the video, please?
Greetings of the day, ladies and gentlemen. As you can make out, I'm in a distant land due to some personal requirements. but I wish AISS 2022 the very best. It is one of my favorite events and so well curated, and this time I have seen that it is even better. I wish the event all success. Thank you very much. God bless. Jai Hind.
With that, we come to the close of the inaugural session. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on stage and for taking us through the inaugural. We now head towards the keynote sessions delivered by an eclectic lineup of leaders from across the industry. For the very first keynote, we'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Nitin Verma, Managing Director, India and SAARC, CrowdStrike, to share his insights on the topic, Let's Talk Digital. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Over to you, Nitin.
Yep, okay. Do you see your energy and the room's energy the same? No. No, right? Can we try it one more time, right? Let's wish them, let's shake them up. Yeah. Guys, match the energy of us.
Okay, why don't we all stand up for a second? Let's just get up. All of you face that wall, find somebody in front of you, just line up, face that wall, find somebody in front of you. Put your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you. Yeah? Give them a nice shoulder massage. Make sure you find somebody in front of you. Be gentle, be nice, be kind. Yeah? Now turn around, turn this side, return the favor. No better way to start a session but with a shoulder rub. I hope that energizes all of you. Yeah? Did you all get a shoulder rub? If not, find the person next to you in the break and make sure you get one. Over to you, Nitin.
Thank you. Yeah, now I can see people shaking up. If I can get my slides in here. Good morning, everybody. Okay. We're not starting the time right now. Let them sit down first. Right? All right, so my name is Nitin Verma, and you can play the music? Yeah, my name is Nitin Verma, and I'm from CrowdStrike. And I promise you one thing, guys. This is the second last time I'll use the word CrowdStrike. Strict instructions from my marketing head, right, that Nitin, you're going for DSAI's keynote, you will not talk about product, right? So, second last time. Being a salesy guy, I'll use it one more time in the end somewhere, all right? So, I'll probably start with a very interesting video, right, which I kind of got it from YouTube, not mine, one of our partners, which will probably give you a little context, little glimpse about what I'm going to talk about in the next 15 minutes or so, right? Let's hear it. Did you like this? Did you like it? All right, okay. A raise of hands, people who think they don't work in a digital company. Everyone works in a digital company today, right? But whatever you've heard in the last one day and you'll be hearing in the next 24 to 36 hours, right? The entire umbrella of digital, which kind of embraces the people, the product, technology, cloud, so many things. But my view, it's a personal view, guys, happy to be challenged. Digital are associated or is associated with two philosophies in here. And this is as per me, guys, okay? One, it's a perspective. Now, the reason I say that is because if I ask my 11-year-old daughter, and when she was seeing this video, right, she immediately said, digital makes you lazy. We don't go to the mall to eat and to shop. Everything happens online. Second perspective, my mom, I'm sorry I'm giving a lot of PIA data, Samir, but yeah, if I talk to my 72-year-old mom, she will say, it's convenient. I get to watch my Astha channel anywhere I want, right? So it's a perspective in here. The second thing about digital, the philosophy that I mentioned, it's a very relative term when it comes to the journey of digital, right? Some are depending on the vision, mission of an organization. Some really accelerate their journey. Some just start and kind of go slow and steady in here. Now, with that context in mind about digital, let's talk digital today. We all know that technology has been touted as one of the greatest equalizer. I think you heard from everyone out here, right? And especially in the recent times, right? Every digital advances that we have made in an organization, right, kind of supports the vision, the mission of an organization, but it also supports the 17 United Nations Sustainable Goals, eradicating poverty, driving universal literacy, reducing the infant mortality, so on and so forth. Now think about it. Every second, there are 2 people who come online, right? And just a data point, there is about 306 billion emails that we send every day, 5 billion YouTube videos that we watch on a daily basis. Netflix streams about 700,000 plus hours on an hourly basis. And if that's not enough, it's kind of strange here, but we spend about $1 million every minute buying commodes online. Yeah? The amount of data at this pace that we have created at the dawn of 2022 is about 49 zettabytes. Anybody knows how many zettabytes? What is zettabytes in here? Now, just for an equation purpose, 1 zettabyte has 21 zeros in it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the digital era that we all have advanced into, where we are spending 1/3 of our waking life online, right? And what lies ahead for all of us is, like Mr. Garg also mentioned, innumerable opportunities, possibilities with just a click and a tick out here. And we also heard about the cybersecurity state when we were talking about digitization, that every new technology threatens the privacy, erodes security, fuels inequality. And it's up to this people in the room out here who have a choice as citizens, as people, as employees, as customers, as employers, or the government to make a choice in here. That how do we harness and leverage this latest technology for our own benefit, for our organization's benefit in here. So what I'm going to do in the next 10 minutes left out for me, right, is to talk about my perspective here, the 4 ways, that I think will change the narrative of digital world and the potential threats associated with each one of them. And probably in the end, probably I'll have a little solution from my side, what I think about it, right? And at the end of my presentation, everyone in this room will have a choice to make, whether we want to wait for the future to happen or make an effort in shaping it up, all right? So let me talk about the first thing that I believe in here, right? And to me, this thing has really accelerated the digital journey for each and every one of us, and especially from an Indian context. Hope it works. It doesn't. It doesn't. It works. Hybrid work. The last 30 months or so, right? And I still believe, as on date today, it's still an ongoing experiment for all of us. The pandemic has actually changed the very meaning of offices. Very meaning of offices for us. In fact, the new ways of working demands heavier reliance on technology. And if you ask me today, right, the future of work is still a moving target for all of us. But the good part is, as a community, we have started to draw some conclusions around it, right? The first one, I'm sure it's improved the work-life balance for all of us. it gives us a choice or a control on work location, because today, work is no more a synonym for an office or a meeting room, but it's an activity which can be performed from anywhere, right? Imagine the burnout mitigations, right? Spending 4 hours on the road, and I'm sure the Delhi guys will relate to it, 4 hours on the road going to office and coming back, right? And all of this put together, right? And I'm sure you'll agree, if somebody doesn't, please raise of hands, it's improved the productivity. And I can vouch for it, right? Having a team of about 600 people in India, I could see in the last 30 months the productivity has really shooted up for all of us. On the hindsight, let's look at hybrid work, what threats it brings to all of us. It's now the gateway of new form of threats that are happening in here. And as we move from that secured, perimeter-based, right, to basically a home using personal devices or a personal network or a vulnerable hardware as a router, right, it kind of expanded the attack surface area for all of us today, right? And that's why we see a lot of sophisticated social engineering attacks being performed in the last 30 months. So the thought I really want you to leave with, right, is this. We all know that hybrid work is now a permanent cybersecurity risk for businesses. So do we say we don't adopt it, or we do something about it, right, so that we are accelerating in our digital journey? Number one. Let's talk about, as a second way that I believe, about the currency which has appreciated 10 times in the last 5 years. Any guesses, guys? A currency that appreciated 10 times in the last 5 years. Okay. Data. Everybody is, right? So Bitcoin and everything. So data is that currency which kind of appreciated 10 times in the last 5 years, guys. We all know that, right? The amount of data that we are handling is 10 times more than what we used to handle about 5 years back. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Correct. Okay. Now, the digital technologies, platforms have made data so discoverable, so actionable, that it has led, right, using those data sets, big data, what do we call that? AI, I think Mr. Garg touched upon that, artificial intelligence becoming one of the most applicable and widely used catalysts for all of us. And we all saw the benefits in our respective organization, even personal also, right? It kind of gives you, reduces the human error. It kind of gives you insight on a real-time basis. It's now embedded into our life, day-to-day life in here, right? We have used AI in various aspects of our life, right, to train the modules and get predictive insights about it. In fact, in the last 6 or 7 years, we have seen a lot of cybersecurity companies leveraging AI to protect various organizations today. But think of it. Are we the only one, the good guys, who are using AI to our benefit? It's the bad actors also who are leveraging AI to kind of launch sophisticated attacks on you personally and your organization, right? Corrupting the data, poisoning the data, right? Think about this. The bad actors today are leveraging AI to identify patterns in your computer system, which kind of reveals the weaknesses of security and software, which can be exploited to launch various attacks on yourself. A study by, I think, one of the researchers, which I kind of report I came through last week, right, showed that the AI-generated phishing emails has higher probability to be opened up than a manual-generated phishing emails in here. So many benefits. And what I think, and I really want you to think about this, right? Artificial intelligence can be more hurtful than helpful from a cyber perspective today. How do we kind of balance this equation, the benefit and the threat? I really want you to think about this, guys. Right? Just a thought. Can we look at augmenting human expertise with AIs in here? Just a thought. Yeah? I want you to look at your mobile once. Right? On an average, there are about 31 applications that we use on our smartphones. I think Mr. Garg touched upon the smartphone being the single device. 31 applications on an average that we use, right? Which kind of leads to a highly personal digital footprint of us on internet. With the digital platform, technology becoming central to the way we manage our daily needs or the social needs, we are actually digitizing information about ourselves in an enormous way. You want to see how 60 seconds on an internet looks like? Yeah? Yeah. Every time we shop online, we reveal information about our preferences, about our buying patterns. Every time we comment on a post over a Facebook, right, we kind of share our values, our motivations, our likings. Every time we post a picture of a tissue box along with some cold remedies on Insta, right, we feed in data that kind of helps assess the authorities, the health risk of a region in here. So the government, the town planners, the marketeers, the health companies, and the list is endless. The amount of data that we are giving out about ourselves using the digital technologies helps the industry to do analysis and planning and many other walks of life in here. But how is it used? How is the data used or could be used is also a potential threat in here, right? And as we move in the future, which is passwordless, right? I personally believe the mobile connectivity and the digital connected platforms have actually revamped, reframed the relationship between the brand and the consumer, right? The smartphones, easy integration, the platform economy that we are living in, all are the driving factors which has changed the way we play, we learn, we shop, we love. I don't know about love, but yeah, Tinder was not there when I was young, but yeah, I think we kind of love online as well. I don't know how many people are on Tinder. Raise of hands. Nobody. Nobody. We have old people out here in this room, okay. Right, or nobody's saying it right now, okay. I think the restraining forces, the biggest threat is data privacy and data security around it, right? And if I had to believe a report from Forrester, 80% of the attacks today are identity-based attacks, which basically leads me to say the online vulnerability of identity breeds cybercrime in here. Right? So we'll not use the smartphones, the digital platform, we will. But as leaders, we need to equate the benefit and the threats that we see in here. I think she touched on the fourth point that I'm going to mention in here. People have always dreamt about a virtual reality, a virtual world, right? And it was, I think, since the dawn of computing. And it was only recently when technologies came together and fulfilled our imaginations, right? Today, we can inhabit in a virtual reality which is lifelike or very immersive. And these virtual spaces is called as, are you listening, guys? Metaverse, right? And if you ask me personally, I strongly believe that metaverse is going to change the way we interact, socialize, collaborate today in the community. And it is very important to me and for all of us because this not only is the next evolution of internet, which kind of changed all our life in the last so many years, right? Because now, instead of websites or a document, we can create 3D world where we can inhabit with an avatar. I'm sure everybody has seen Avatar 1 and now the Avatar 2, right? We can actually live, inhabit with an avatar or be an avatar. Now think about the possibilities, right? This conference can happen on a metaverse, in a virtual world, right? It will change the way we are, the education industry. I see a lot of students from Chitkara University here, right? It will change the way we are seeking education right now. It will change the real estate. Imagine the possibility that will happen with the entertainment industry. But again, the sad part around it, right? You as a person become a workload, I'm saying workload in security terms means the end device, right? By wearing the virtual reality headset, you tend to become a workload for the adversary when you're traveling or inhabiting in a virtual world, right? The amount of information about your identity in a virtual world will be enormous. And when you are the endpoint, you are the end device, right? You are the one where the adversaries are targeting, right? Imagine the kind of physical attacks that can happen by the cyber attackers on you. The threat to metaverse, as per me, is the cyber and physical attacks that can happen around identity or a social engineering attacks in here. Will we not move into the metaverse age? We will. And the only solution, last two slides, guys, I'm already about a minute more, yeah? I think the solution that I think, right, which I will probably open it up for the digital leaders who are sitting in here, is creating a culture of digital leadership in our organization. Most important. And before I talk about the agenda of a digital leader or a leadership, I want to summarize what I kind of spoke about in the last 16 minutes or so, yeah? I talked about workload. When I move into hybrid work, my end devices, workload. The metaverse world, with the VR headset on, we become the workload, right? I talked about data, which is benefiting us by the use of AI and MLs. I talked about the online identity. I talked about the virtual world identity in here. I think the agenda of a digital leadership is all about leveraging the digital assets to accelerate the digital journey in respective organization. It's all about breaking security silos in here, right? It's all about weaving security into the digital fabric right from day one. And most importantly, create a culture of cybersecurity in here. The last time, and the only time I'll use the word CrowdStrike like I promised, CrowdStrike today is helping the digital leaders break those silos by protecting and enforcing zero trust on the workloads, on the data, and the identity via a single lightweight agent. Yeah? Because we believe security is power that kind of fuels and accelerates your digital journey. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you so much in here.
There you go, multidimensional impact, harnessing technology to our benefit, shaping the future of hybrid workplaces, data as currency, vulnerability online that breeds crime, virtual metaverses, and of course security right at the center of that culture of digital leadership that Nitin spoke about. So thank you so much, Mr. Nitin, for the address. For the next keynote on the topic, building a skilled DFIR community, join me in welcoming Darshan Arun Vadikar, Director, Technical Third Eye Techno Solutions Private Limited. Over to you.
Am I audible? Good afternoon to all. We are Third Eye Techno Solutions Private Limited, and we are established in 2014. We are focused in providing the digital forensic services, setting up the labs for the law enforcement agencies as well as private organizations since 2014, so we have a lot of experience in doing so. We are also, into consulting of digital forensics, and we are now also in trainings. So as we have seen in earlier keynote, that it is really difficult not to have your footprint, your digital footprint online, right? It is really, really difficult, almost impossible nowadays. Well, if someone says that the person is not using social media, he might not have a digital not have a digital footprint. That is not true, because maybe he has shared the number, the phone number, right, with his colleagues, with his friends, relatives, and some of them might be using the contact apps, the third-party apps that aggregate the contact lists for the convenience and share it with the public. So that is also digital footprint that is shared in the in the internet, right, on the web. So anyone who is interacting with any other person is visiting, maybe for shopping into the mall, they have digital footprints. They have some or other way given out their numbers. They are tracked, being tracked in CCTVs and all. So when we say that we have a digital footprint, that means it is a vulnerability that is there, that exists on the internet, that someone, a cyber criminal, might exploit. So we also see a lot of rise that is there in the cybercrime nowadays, right? It is very easy for them to find out the vulnerabilities. It is very easy to steal the data, utilize it to do the identity thefts, do the banking frauds, things that we see nowadays regularly. So here I have mentioned the data that is from the CERT-in. The incident that CERT-in alone has worked on in 2019 was close to 4 lakh incidents that they have identified and worked on. Very next year in 2020, this figure was more than 11.5 lakhs. In 2021, this went up more than 14 lakh incidences that they have alone handled. I'm not speaking about other private organizations, what they have done for them, themselves. So this is just the CERT-in that is there. Well, when we see that there are rise in the cyber crimes, the digital forensics comes and plays a lot of important role. Now why? Because when you need to identify the vulnerabilities, when you need to identify how this propagated through your network, and how this happened, actually, you need to have a digital forensics response team go on the spot or on the incident site or into the organization and find out how this happened. Now imagine if the digital forensic team itself does not have proper tools, or in most of the conditions that we have seen, even though the tools are present, the person who is there for the response does not have adequate knowledge how to go forward with acquiring those things from the servers, from the network that is there in the organization. Every organization has their own IT policies. Maybe the administrator is not available. There are n number of possibilities that can be there, right? So all things are very important when it comes to doing the digital forensics incident response. If the human resource that is there is not capable to identify things on the spot and act on it based on his knowledge, then this incident response, of course, fails. The challenges that we have seen so far in our 8 years is most of the times the SOPs are not there in the organization that are specifically related to digital forensics. The SOPs are there in place for the cybersecurity, but for digital forensics incidents response, there are certain number of certain SOPs that has to be there, which are separate from the cybersecurity. Then maintaining a proper chain of custody is also a problem. People do not know to maintain a proper chain of custody in different kind of incidences that have happened, so that it can be in the court of law later on if required. Also, efficiency in handling the volume of data, because once the incident happens, once you go on the response, then you come to know that, okay, this data is this much, and how to handle it. Which tool to use, to handle a larger data, which tool to handle the data which not be larger but very minuscule. So there are different tools to do everything. Also, choosing the correct tools is of very importance over here. We have seen the goof-ups that have happened in the digital incidences, wherein the person has gone there, they have gone with certain tools, they came to know that the environment is not compatible to use those particular tools. In those scenarios, it becomes a problem. So what we have identified is there is a serious need of proper trainings that are there, that are focused in digital forensics. For this, we have come up with our own academy, which is focused in resolving the issues that are there in this incident response. The issues that are faced by organization nowadays is when they appoint freshers, they are not industry ready from day one. When you say that they are not industry ready from day one, you have to spend maybe 2 months or 3 months to, make them come up to the mark so that they are ready and they can go, in the field and work for you. The second thing is about the freshers, the skills that are required by the freshers. They are surprised that whatever they have learned throughout their graduation or post-graduation is not, can be implemented as is when working on real cases. They need to know the nitty-gritties of those things. Also, there is a lot of unemployment in the graduates and postgraduates, the engineers that are there. So to address these things, we have partnered with few of the academias, that is, you can see over here, which is Institute of Forensic Science, Aurangabad, Institute of Forensic Science, Nagpur, then the Centurion University, Galgotias, and VGI. So what we are doing is we are going to these universities and making the students aware of digital forensics, the career that they can build up over here, the particular specific fields in digital forensics that they can take forward. Maybe mobile forensics they want to specialize in, or they want to specialize in computer forensics, or they want to go into a very happening fields, drone forensics nowadays, right? So they need to choose their path properly at the level they are passing out from the universities itself. That is where the academia partners come into the picture. So the trainings that we have designed is based on fundamentals, because what we have seen is, again, as I mentioned, people may have learned the X-commercial tool, and when they are presented with the other tool, they are not able to work on it because they do not know anything about it. They do not know the fundamentals properly, so they are unable to implement them. So the very first stage in all the trainings that is required is they should clear their fundamentals. They should be very clear with all the basics that are there in their field. The second is using open source tools, because not all of the organizations may be using the commercial tools, or if there are freelancers that are, if someone is planning to not be able to afford the commercial tools. In that case, the open source tools also come into the picture, and you should know how to use the open source tools as well. Again, the third part of our training is training them on all of the commercial tools, because if they are employed in an organization, the bigger organization which use proper commercial tools that are there in the market, they should be able to know which functions that are there in a particular commercial tool, which tool is best to use. Say suppose they are doing a basic function like RAM captures, they should be able to know whether it is better to use a GUI based tool, or whether it is better to use a command line based tools, and so on. These things are all covered in all of these things, and it is very necessary nowadays, because when they go in the field, they should be able to make the decisions then and there. Some of our programs that are mentioned over here is awareness program that we take through the academias. As I mentioned earlier, we make them aware what are the possibilities in the digital forensics, how they can choose their career forward, how they can be industry ready. The second level is fundamental programs that we have discussed, all the fundamentals regarding disk forensics, mobile forensics, that can be taken separately or as combined as a course. And then the advanced level program is specially built, that is our flagship program, which is SiteDroid, is for the people from the industry itself, or the people who have passed out with the forensic certifications and graduations, and they can deep dive into forensics and understand how to perform that. And finally, we also do the DFIR services that are there. We handle complete outsourcing from the corporates who do not want their own labs or not able to maintain their own labs, or we do a case-by-case consultations. Then we also do modernizing their existing labs, maintaining their existing labs, and yes, of course, setting up the labs from the scratch is something that we already do there in the market, right? So thank you very much for this. You can take down all our contact details and numbers. For any of your digital forensic needs, please feel free to contact us. We also have a booth over here that you can visit, and we will be happy to help you. Thank you, guys.
Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Darshan. There you go, interactions, challenges around digital forensics, chain of custody, the skills that are needed, DFIR fundamentals, open source versus commercial tools, and a lot more in that ecosystem that was delved into. Post that, we have, following this segment, Mr. Divakar Dayal, Managing Director and Country Managing Sentinel-1, India and SAARC, for his keynote address on the future is autonomous, cybersecurity with AI-powered automation. So welcome, Mr. Divakar. The stage is all yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right at the back? Hello? Are you still there? I'm sorry if you feel a little lost. I try and make up for the interaction and engagement here, right? And I promise you that we're closer to lunchtime, so I'll keep it crisper, brief than what I've been given. I think I've been given 15 minutes. So just stay with me. I think we had a very interesting session before me, right? We had a good friend of mine, Nitin, come on stage. He spoke about most of the things that I wanted to cover as a problem statement, right? What were those, if you remember? The problems with the digital world, right? And of course, it starts around us working from home, the whole concept of hybrid, and of course, how difficult it is to really control data. Thanks, Nitin, I was just referring the talk that you gave. And also the second part about how easy it is to really steal identity today online, right? So I'm going to really build on what Nitin spoke very, very eloquently, right, in terms of the problem statement. Clearly, if you look at the headlines, right, in the last 1 year, you all know what the headlines look like. I'm not going to repeat it for you. But I'm going to tell you a summary of why it happened, right? There are a lot of, Gyani Babas out there giving you all kind of reasons saying, ये नहीं था उनके पास, वो नहीं था, उन्होंने हमारा platform नहीं खरीदा, इसके लिए वो hack हो गए. I'm not giving you that bullshit. I'll give you something that's been summarized by, our research labs across the world, Sentinel-1. And primarily, they kind of came up with what is the biggest mistakes that have happened in the last 1 year, right? And it's all based on data. Mistake number one clearly is about patches, right? I have worked for the largest vulnerability management companies in the world. Tenable, Nessus was something that I kind of launched in India. And I can tell you, even today, people struggle with this thing, right? I'm sure all of you, if I ask you to raise your hands, how many of you feel 100% that you're on your patch cycle? The answer will be none. Second, of course, is passwords. And I think Nitin very nicely spoke about the whole concept of, the whole deep fakes and how identities can be compromised today. And the fact that people are working from home makes it even more difficult for the IT and the security teams to really put those control systems. Third is not enough backup. Fourth, we have all know about phishing for tons and tons of years ahead. And of course, training. We try and train our own colleagues and employees ourselves, but we always end up making a mistake once in a year, right? And that mistake costs us a lot of damage. And of course, very, very importantly is two last things, which is one, today identity theft and using identity to really compromise very, very well-engineered network security landscape is becoming to be the first and the foremost vulnerable reason why attacks are happening. Most of the large companies, right, the biggest switching routing company in the world, which got breached 6 months back, the biggest, car, booking company, which got breached at least twice, all of them have somewhere missed this part. And second is, of course, how many of us really invest energy and time into doing some kind of real-time threat hunting? So these are the big mistakes. Why did I want to start with this? Is because I think every year gives a new chance to us. 2023, hopefully, if you have decision makers in your own companies, you have a chance to really correct things that mistakes have happened, right? And clearly the biggest mistake that I think companies are doing again and again is depending on human beings to defend attacks which are launched by machines. And I think again, the speaker before me very eloquently put it, Nitin, around AI. AI today is a very dangerous but existential crisis. It exists here today, it is a crisis for us. It's already being used by adversaries. Unfortunately, not many defenders, right? The hackers and the adversaries are already using AI. Unfortunately, not many defenders, IT leaders, security leaders are today using AI to defend against attacks. And hence, this problem of cybersecurity has not been ever solved by people. It will never be ever solved by people, right? It's a machine versus machine game, and not many companies that today understood this mantra. So they're still using 20-year-old techniques, thinking that the world is still the same. Unfortunately, it's not. Clearly, I have spent almost 25 years in cybersecurity industry. I was fortunate to join the industry when the word cybersecurity maybe didn't exist. It used to be called EDP, IT security, and whatever else, right? People like me were looked upon as outsiders, somebody like annoying, right? Security was annoying guy hai, matlab sab rok dega ye, policy lagayega, sab rok dega kaam. And in that 25 years, what I have noticed is jargons. Industry has so much money that they spend on marketing who come up with very fancy names. So we had, how many people are from the 90s here? Raise of hands, please. Don't feel so shy. He already proved to you that nobody's on Tinder, right? So most of you should be from 90s. Yeah? How many of you know these names? They're familiar? Very nice names. We had simple signature-based solution to solve the problem. Then we moved to an era almost 10 years later where they had more fancy names, APT, Advanced Persistent Threats, right? Then we had fancier solutions. We went to the whole cloud adoption or cloud-based technologies to take the power of cloud to solve the problem. What happened in the last 2 years? All of them were exposed, each one of them. And clearly, it's shown us that everybody, no matter who or the size of the company was, from a pan gutka company to a bhujia and mixture wala company to the biggest, the top 5 banks of India, they all got breached at some point, right? Hence, clearly, data point is telling you that the approach that the industry has taken hasn't worked. And clearly, to add to the problem, right, is this bunch of kids. What is the Delhi word for this? Pittu. How many of you played Pittu in your childhood days? Few of us, right? This is what big companies, switching companies, routing companies, firewall companies are playing with our customers. Because they have a lot of money, they go and buy companies in kgs and dozens, in liters, saying, "Arey, wo kharid lete hai, but kitna hai, 200 million hai, kharid lo. Dalo, stack bana lo apna." This is a stack we've built. And history of cybersecurity has proven time and again, if you just look back, anybody who tried to play this game, every decade has been destroyed. I won't name the companies here, but you can just Google them up, they vanished. This strategy does not work for cyber. I have been close to this strategy in a lot of my previous companies. I can tell you, if we try to solve a ransomware issue using the stacking up of buy everything from me because I see everything so I can protect everything, it is the biggest lie of this industry. Clearly, that also shows you that a lot of cybersecurity people here are well dressed, they speak well, they have fancy cars, because everybody has sold a lot of solutions to our customers. It's a $250 billion industry. The jobs, the highest paid jobs today are in cyber, not selling switch and router, not deploying a network, it's deploying firewalls and whatever else. Why is that? It's simply because, to the point I think Nitin very nicely made, the battle has gone beyond technology driven by humans. The battle has come to where technology is in the middle of it. It's all AI driven. It takes seconds. In the second, interestingly, fun fact, most attacks are launched. Guess what time of the week, what day of the week? Just quiet guess. There you go. It's all on a Friday. Simply because the A team of the organizations, the top leaders, they're tired. They're going home. They're watching Netflix, like you said, Asta channel, whatever else. They don't have the time to come back and really, on a Saturday morning, 3 a.m., address the attack that happens. Hackers already see this. It's very straightforward. So if you have a technology dependent on people to defend you, you've already failed the first test. It's just a matter of time and luck that you'll get hacked. And the second part is dependence on legacy technology. The fun part of this industry is you can be selling a router, you can be making a switch, you can be making a PC, you can make this speaker here, you can make this projector here. Things haven't changed in the last 10, 20 years. The fun part of cyber is things change every week. So if you have a cultural, organizational structure for scale, you are in the wrong industry, my friend. And if you're buying solutions based on scale and solutions based on size, wrong decision-making criteria. I'll tell you why most of the, L1, people who buy based on lowest one fail, is because the criteria they put it, this should have been deployed in 10,000 companies before. If something has been deployed 10,000 times before, you can be guaranteed that hackers have figured out how to hack them. That's a basic premise of cybersecurity again. And of course, what is the answer? At the end of the day, unlike Nitin, I have an option. I can use my name. I can use my company's name. I work for this company called SentinelOne. We clearly are beating the topmost companies in the world today simply because we are one step ahead of the adversaries. Why? Because our solution is completely automated. It's autonomous. It does not need people. It does not need signatures. It does not need this concept of going back to the cloud. We work on-prem. If there's a murder in the room, we solve the murder there. We don't wait for an ambulance to come back, go back to the hospital, do the investigation, how deep was the knife, who had the knife, and stuff like that. Everything happens completely within the agent. That makes the solution far more superior. Superior to the fact that we don't care what the fancy name for the attack is. Like I said, a lot of jargons, right? People like to give very fashionable names. Once upon a time, most attacks happened and we could detect them because they were known, and very few were unknown. Today, every attack that happens, even on a bhujia company, is an unknown attack. So if you're going to rely on a cloud-based technology, or if you're going to rely on a signature-based solution that worked 20 years back, you're already set up for failure. It is a matter of time that you will get hacked. And the interesting part about the whole Ukraine-Russia war is a lot of adversaries, hackers who are hired are free now. Unka kaam ho gaya 1 saal ka. And they have 10 marbles with them. And they're going to roll the marbles on the internet. Who do you think is going to fall first? The most high-tech, advanced solution companies in the US, Singapore, or anywhere else, or companies in markets like us who use an old operating system, which even the operating system vendor has told don't use. It's outdated. Who are on legacy business applications, and most importantly, we don't have a culture of cybersecurity in our. If you want to talk to a CEO of a company, understand a strategy, you don't hack a company. Sit next to him on a flight. You can overhear most of the time what he's talking, right? That's the culture we have, unfortunately or fortunately. That makes it imperative for you to pick the right solution. SentinelOne, 0 systems impacted during WannaCry. 0 system impacted during TrickBot. 0 systems impacted during Emotet, which is a lot of attacks today. 0 systems impacted when that fancy name Sunburst came in. We had the biggest IPO a year and a half back in the US for any security company. Why? Because Sunburst का नामकरण भी नहीं हुआ था तब, वो क्या है करके. हम लोग उसके पहले ही उसको रोक चुके थे. Right? So clearly, it's a technology platform that very simply reduces the work for the security teams and IT operation teams using AI, automation, building this autonomous platform. We focus primarily on everything that you touch, from endpoints to the cloud, and also to the part that Nitin very nicely spoke about, identity and identity-based attacks. We protect all of them. We acquired an Indian company, very interestingly, called Ativo, Indian bond company. We bought it for almost $500 million, who are leaders in this space. They provide identity solution along with deception, right? Clearly, we are today poised very well to replace all legacy solutions in the market. We have almost 10,000 customers. Whenever a customer does a POC, 10 times, 7 times they choose SentinelOne. That's our win rate. And clearly, the industry forums, right? I like Gartner. I like Gartner peer review, but I like this thing called MITA. It's almost like the Oscar Award of technical evaluation, right? They have consistently rated us 3 years. When I say rated, we show up at the #1 place in terms of lowest false positives, highest detection, and most highest efficacy, right? Clearly for us, you know, when we came to India 2 years back, I had an opportunity to join SentinelOne as employee #1. We are close to 250 people today, and we've had an amazing run in terms of how the market has embraced us. We've made sure that we address the Indian market, keeping the Indian market requirements, starting with a dedicated technical support in India. We have a support center office in Bangalore. We also have a hybrid platform that works for a lot of manufacturing, pharma, government, defense customers here, air-gap networks. So we have a solution that works on-prem, and it also works beautifully on the cloud, right? We also have a S1 Foundation Fund. Like I said, we're investing in companies, in startups who are innovative in solving the problem. Because clearly, personal experience, if I expect a $100 billion company to solve a cybersecurity problem, that's not going to happen. Because the hacker is working at 3 a.m. in the morning, and it's a very different mindset. And if you have a company where people come in at 9 a.m., punch in, go back at 5 p.m. and have their chai, you have the wrong people choosing the solution for you. And clearly for us, we've had a massive run, and we really thank the customer reception that we got here. We have customers across all verticals in Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, and most importantly, we are trying to build value to the organizations that you work with. We know that we're in tough times. There is a recession that's come across the world, not in India as yet, but companies are looking at the security leaders and asking, what are we doing to save money? So we have something called a very simple value calculator. You can come to a booth. I think the booth number is maybe 42 or 44, 29, yeah, and just look for SentinelOne. We will give you, within 5 minutes, a value calculator which you can go back to your organization and help build a budget, at least for the journey you want to take. Because right security comes when you have peace of mind. And you can only have peace of mind when you partner with the right companies. Because cybersecurity is not everybody's cup of tea. There are very few today who can differentiate. And clearly, what we offer, we're not a mattress company, right? We are cyber, but we do offer peace of mind to our customers. Because when you go back on a Friday evening, इतना तो नहीं है कि भाई वापस ऑफिस जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ransomware attack हो गया दोबारा, ठीक है? Because we have a wonderful technology. Even if ransomware attack हो गया, we can reverse it in a matter of seconds, right? So thank you for a patient hearing, and we are here. Any questions, please feel free to come and reach us out. Thank you. Have a great rest of the session. Cheers.
Thank you, Mr. Divakar. Sleep like a baby indeed. There you go, updated failures, weak passwords, neglected backup, phishing, lack of training, outdated measures. So when you look at the lack of IT protection, there's no dependency that we have on machines to actually tackle machine-based attacks. So where are the humans that are managing them, and how can you support them? All that and more in that segment. Now joining me is Mr. Mohit Rampal, founder and CEO, Ramagni Technologies, and his keynote is on Q to P, quantify, prioritize, protect. So over to you, and the stage is all yours.
I think we've got exactly 15 minutes. We're keeping just 4 slides, just to ensure that we don't cross the 15 minutes. So we decided to not talk about what we do as a company or what products we make or manufacture. One thing I'm proud to be is an Indian, because we have a Make in India products. And we are creating close to लैपटॉप आपके हैं पीपीटी आपकी पेन पीपीटी नहीं मिली तो ऑलरेडी भेजी हुई है अला पेन ड्राइव हाँ पड़ी हुई है वहाँ पे पड़ी हुई बूथ में पड़ी हुई है यार आई थॉट यू गाइस हैड द पीपीटी Sorry for the small glitch. Seems they don't have the PPT, but we'll just get that. So we are not we are purely an Indian company. Make in India is what we work on, right? We are not going ahead and I would say creating different technologies. But yes, we focus on very, very niche technologies which are, technically speaking, we don't have much of competition globally. So we look at gaps which are there addressed in the technology. I'll just wait for the deck to. So we decided to have a different topic called Q2P, right? Quantify, prioritize, and protect. Everybody's talking about some product or the other. So the intention was, what are the CISOs or what are the issues which normally CIOs and CISOs and CTOs face across when they're talking about their organizations or creating a cybersecurity culture. So what do they work on? Typically, if you look at it, we talk about Q2P meaning quantify, right? When you're talking about quantification of cybersecurity, how do you quantify it? Most of the CIOs and CISOs are stuck up on simple things. What are they stuck up on? Is it going to take some time? Okay, thank you. So we're talking about quantifying what is exactly do you want to protect. Whenever I go back to a CIO or a CISO when I'm having a one-to-one discussions, not just in India, overseas, globally, all they talk about is transactions, specifically in the Indian subcontinent and specifically around the Southeast Asia. But the moment you shift your base towards the European market and especially on the US market, they focus more on quantification of the cybersecurity threat. They look at the threat, the landscape which they're going to talk about. So prioritizing comes right after quantification. And then what do you get after the quantification and prioritizing is you need to protect those key jewels, right? So when we're talking about quantifying as an organization, as a bank, I don't see much of people from the banking out here, but typically you need to protect your crown jewels, right? So your crown jewels are the ones which are your major assets to your bank, your organization. You need to quantify them. Then you need to prioritize out of those jewels, which are the ones you want to protect, right? And then you go to the protection stage. We'll just quickly cover about the top industry trends before we just jump on to what we are going to do about. What's happening is, this is all, I'm sure if all of you guys are following Gartner and all the leading organizations in the world, they all talk about all these 6 or 10 topics which they're talking about 2023. One of them talks about is what? You're talking about zero trust. That means I don't trust anybody in my language. That means anything coming into my system has to be trusted. Whether you're going to trust it using a device, you're going to trust it using any mechanism. You got to trust before you let the system come into your organization. Small philosophy, I'll tell you. We have a small organization, we are around 60 people. I trust everybody, but I don't trust everybody. So what do? We do get something done as a police verification. Why? I trust you, but I need to ensure that you're the right person joining my organization. So same goes for zero trust. You need to ensure that only trusted members are able to come into your system. Phishing, we all get phishing messages, we get smishing messages, we get wishing messages, you open your laptop, you open your mobile phone, you'll have a message which says, you won 20,000 rupees on your mobile number, click here. That's the first thing, stupid thing to do, because the moment you click, you're getting compromised, because now you're getting malwares even on your Android and iOSs, which can bypass, right? Then you're talking about machine learning. Divakar was talking about it, lots of people are talking about it, everybody talks about AI and ML, right? Just to share with you, I started working on AI and ML way back in 93, 94, right? Some of you may not have been born, or maybe 4 years of age. We used to use a language called Lisp and Prolog, artificial intelligence, robotics, right? I'm talking about 93, 94. We were talking about working with optical fibers to do what people are doing right now. So AI and ML, close to my heart. We've been doing it for a donkey number of years. As a kid, I used to do it. And for me, AI and ML all belongs to one thing in class 8, mathematics, statistics. More data, better results. So you need to use all those results to be able to predict. One of the use cases one of our prospects or one of our customers has in the Middle East is he wants to be able to predict cyber incidents. in future based on certain activities which have happened in the past. Now that's what we are talking about using of AI and ML. We are also talking about using of AI and ML for figuring out if your application is vulnerable. So if you look at a twist across the global market, you are having people writing the big word, my product is AI ML enabled, right? You're using data, and you're using data to forecast and be able to predict. IoT, I was just talking to somebody in one of the gas companies, and they're talking about, a simple question. I asked him, so how much of IoT do you have? Everything is an IoT, right? I'll give you a small live story which happened with me 3 days ago. I have a car. My car system was giving me blinkers. What was the blinker? It says the fuel was low, despite the fact I had a fuel tank full. Then it showed me my brake pads are not working, right? And then it also showed me that my tires were not inflated properly. So I went back to the workshop. I had been sending my car a couple of times to guys through my driver, through the agency, right? This time I decided to go myself. What did I do? I just wanted to observe what are they doing, right? They took out the laptops, they connected the device, and one of them had an IoT device which was connecting through Wi-Fi to my car to pick up information what was missing in my car. That's what I wanted to see. IoT is everywhere, right? You'll have a refrigerator. We were talking about IoT way back in, I would say 2004 and 5, when everything was coming into the IoT, or IPv6 was going to take over the world. Still hasn't been there, but yes, IoT is going to take over. Every single device is going to be interconnected. That means what for all of us? It means the attack surface has increased. What do these all communicate with? Any idea? They all communicate with something called APIs, application performance, program interface. Olden times, we used to call this DLLs, libraries which were used to connect a printer to be able to talk to the printer, could talk to my laptop, could print, right? So we have those APIs combining this technology. Where else do we use IoTs, right? IoT, and if you look at the first 3 models, right? Zero trust, persistent phishing, and we're talking about increased role of AI and ML and IoT, right? We're all talking about threat intelligence. Just 10 minutes ago, somebody from a telecom company walked up across to us and said, you got a product out here. Do you also have data relating to the telecom sector? I said, yes, we do. And he wanted to be able to use that to do for his benefit. We're also talking about the multi-factor authentication. I'm sure everybody's heard about the recent hacks which happened in 2022, right? MFA, it was a big word. You need to have a 2-factor authentication. In my organization, we don't use 2-factor. We don't. We use a little bit of zero trust. We use a little bit of we don't use multi-factor authentication. We use easier ways of authentication where we can recognize the person. Biometrics is one. Lots of them are there. Multi-factor is again going to be there. It's a misnomer. Yes, it is. People are now moving across. NIST and US DOD has already said 2-factor authentication 2023. Start looking into it. The mesh, where everybody talks about cybersecurity mesh. My speakers before me have also spoken about meshes, right? We're talking about a cloud environment. I mean, honestly, I'm not a big fan of cloud. I still am the old-fashioned guy because I belong to the late 60s. I still believe having to see my devices in front of me because I can see what I'm protecting. What's cloud? A good marketing term. I always phrase it and say, why? Because you need to have a different way. Divaka was talking about marketing, right? It's good marketing. Everybody knows Pepsi costs 20 paisa, right? Manufacturing cost, but sells for 20 bucks. Rest, 19 rupees and 80 paisa as marketing. Same goes for cybersecurity also. You have it, right? You have those products going across in cybersecurity. So you've got to understand multi-factor authentication. Good to have, but you need to improvise, right? Cybersecurity, you need to improvise daily. The technology is not weekly, it's daily. Everything changes every day as we talk. Mesh, good. You need to have the same levels. I keep on asking my team, my security specialist, what's the difference of a VAPT exercise in a cloud versus physical? It's the way. What is the way? The device is on the cloud, the application on the cloud, but you're still using the same old tools. So what's different? Nothing has changed, except the connectivity has changed. You've got to open some ports to be able to access those devices, right? So mesh is going to offer you a complete technology wherein you will have a single device, a single SOAR, a single SIEM, a single IPS IDS, a single firewall, everything going across on the single platform. Some of the industry predictions we talk about. Sorry. Can you just go back to one slide? You'll have to escape it and go back. No, just switch off the screen mode, yeah. It's okay, yeah. Sorry for the glitch, this is cybersecurity. So, I'm not sure if you guys have watched the ad which came in a couple of weeks ago, which was on WhatsApp. Everybody gets a WhatsApp message when they're sitting in a cinema hall. And they said, that's an ad of a car, right? And they say, don't use your mobile phones while driving. So what are the predictions we are looking at? We are looking at CISOs, whosoever are here, somewhere down the line, if the Indians also decide, the banks decide, your paychecks would be linked with cybersecurity risk. We are no longer considering cybersecurity as a part of the CISO function only. We are saying it's a risk for the organization. We need to get protected. Privacy laws, we all have known about our privacy laws in India. Finally, we are getting some shapes. That's very important. But yes, how many of us always go back to a shop and then the guy says, sir, scheme hai, put your mobile number. I don't put it. My wife objects. My daughter says, that's right. I don't put my mobile number. I don't put my email ID because it's not about my spams. It's about, they get information about me, right? You get it, right? Then you got about threat actors. They're far advanced. Everybody talks about it. This was in 2014, when you heard about this unknown zero-day vulnerability which took a center stage called Heartbleed. I was in a company called Codenomicon. Luckily, I was lucky enough to be a part of the team which was working on that. We discovered an unknown zero-day attack which was there in the industry. Heartbleed on the SSL. Everybody out here at that period of time would have denied using open source components or OSS, right? Now, why am I talking about this particular topic and spending some little bit of time on this? Hackers, attackers are far more advanced, right? So people in cybersecurity, rest assured your jobs are secure because every time you've got a thief in the market, you'll always need a police to govern it, right? So that game of chore police we all would have played as kids still works in the cyber world. It's there, it's alive, right? Threat actors are now having advanced tools. If you look at the tip of the iceberg, somebody came up to me and said, I won't take names right now, around 6 months ago, I have all the data in the dark web. And I was amazed, I was taken aback. I won't take names of the organization. And I was taken aback because that person would have only got 3% of the total worldwide web data on dark web. Not 100%, never you can have it. It's still unexplored, right? It's the tip of the iceberg which you see. Threat actors are already weaponized. If you are looking at things like cyber ranges, important for you guys to look into it. CISOs, CIOs, CTOs, you as an organization, you need to have that in place. If you don't have that in place, you can't perform. You can't roll out your system. Somebody came up to us from, I think it was a software industry, and he says, I need to train my guys to be able and be confident about teaming, red teaming and blue teaming. I said, you need solutions. And his first answer was, I've tried everything in the world. All the big names, you can say the Israelis, the Americans, the content is feeble. I said, you're right, I faced the same problem. I faced the same problem when I was trying to test my product for APIs. I had a nightmare. 8 security consultants, all experienced. Everybody would raise their hands and say, sir, it's impossible. The developer just plugs in an API and pushes it out. Hackers, look for those. They are more advanced than you are. And of course, we are hoping that worldwide we'll have defunding. Ransomware, everybody knows you end up paying. Last year, there were close to around 25 to 30 ransomware attacks in the country. Big names. Some people are here, some are not here. But yes, there were attacks, money was paid. We are expecting things to change. US is already working on it, I know for sure because I have a couple of friends in the right places there, and same with the INISA, right? They're working on it to have laws to protect of not paying money on ransomware. How do you do that? How do you avoid it? You want to know more? Drop into our booth at 46. We'll tell you how to do it. We are helping somebody in India work against this to ensure that all your data is secured. TTP, not MITRE TTP, not at all MITRE, right? I'm not even discussing MITRE out here. There are lots of experts. We are talking about transactional, technical and practical approach. Goes back to QTP, right? Quantify, protect and prioritize and protect, right? We're talking about things like what do you want on transactional? Organizations need to move away from transaction. I was having a conversation in the morning with somebody and I asked them a very open question, direct. You can call me rude, but it was direct. Are you guys ready? All the time you speak to those folks, I'm busy. And they're only doing transactions. They don't have a prioritization at all, right? Then we're talking about technical issues, which are we talking about? When you're talking about technical, what I heard from all the people were 4 things, right? First word I heard from most of the CIOs and CISOs in the last 18 months is APIs, APIfication. I'm worried about APIs. Second important aspect they shared with us was, I do not have a visibility of my data, which is getting exposed. I don't have a visibility of what's going to attack me, right? Just, I think 3 days ago, we were speaking to somebody who was like, my predecessors at, that company which makes dal, aloo bhujia and all this stuff, right? Great. Everybody's infected. Everybody's affected, right? The challenge was data. I wanted to know my threats. I want to see my threat and I want to be able to relate to the threat. Third important aspect everybody said is, I have a team. They're never ready. The cybersecurity team is never ready. We have this problem. We have open positions, huge in our company. We're a small company, but we're hiring. We never get the right security guy because we have a small test. The guy fails the test. Why? I'm sorry to use the word, I use the word half-baked beans. You cook them, you spend 200 rupees, they're wasted. You eat them, you have a stomach ache, and you still go to the doctor. Either way, you lose money. So you got to train your people. It's important for cyber building, right? If you look at us as Indians, we do control 80% of the software which is residing in India. A proud moment. But are we cyber ready? No, we are not. Half the people, I would say 80% of the people, 80-20 theory, 20% organizations are ready with cybersecurity, 80% are still on the transactional level, right? Everybody used to ask me this question since 2014. I was in Codenomicon, I had a protocol fuzzing tool now acquired by Synopsys, right? We have something equivalent of, on the web application side. How much of testing? And my answer was, what is your risk appetite? If your risk appetite is large, we can help you out, right? If you're looking at a small risk appetite, right, you're saying, I only have a risk appetite of $100,000 and I need to secure myself, we're the right guys to help you out. Last, that's our punchline. When we came out with the company name in 2012, we made the word making security simple, and everybody asked this question to us. It's a nice tagline. I've been into cyber for 3 decades, and when we used to sell cyber in 1999, we used to scare you that you're going to die tomorrow morning. That's changed, right? So we decided we need to make it simple. CISOs, CIOs, everybody has this problem. They get flabbergasted with so much of technology synonyms being used across. And of course, our mission statement is making it easy to be absorbed, right? So that's one of the mission statements we work with. Any questions? We are open to it. I think I've just shot by another couple of seconds. Thank you, everybody.
Trust seems to be a repeating, recurring factor in all of these conversations. And of course, phishing, AI, ML, connected devices, MFA, cybersecurity, the mesh and distribute approach, transactional technology, practical approaches, organizational risk appetite, truly making security simple or understanding security in the simplest context that it can exist in. With that, I know we're standing between you and lunch, but we have one last segment and an important one that's coming up. Another launch for the day, and this time it's by Qualys. We leave it to our leaders from Qualys to spill the beans and walk us through, so I'm inviting on stage Mr. Debashish Jyoti Prakash, Managing Director, Asia Qualys, and he's going to take over this next segment.
There. Good afternoon, everyone. In the interest of time and the fact that I'm missing lunch more than you guys. So I'm going to keep it short. My name is Debashish, and I'm the VP at Qualys for Asian regions. With me, I have my colleague Srikant Hanavade today. He's our Director of Product Management for our cloud security portfolio. We are making a very important launch of a product that helps you with your cloud security efforts. We have recently made a launch of the same portfolio in our Vegas conference a couple of weeks ago. This is kind of a relaunch of the same technology in India for the first time in front of you guys. With that, it gives me immense pleasure to announce the India launch of Qualys Total Cloud with FlexScan trademarked, and I'll have Srikanth talk to you more about this launch. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Thank you, Deb, for introduction. So I see a pack of audience here, which I was not able to see before an hour. So I must say it's a Qualys fever, or maybe the new launch which we're going to do today. As Deb mentioned, we have already made this launch before a month in our Vegas conference. This particular launch is precisely for India, and this is the same launch which we are doing today. Many of you have already seen how cloud is growing. I think you are a part of that cloud growth journey. As a part of Qualys, I mean, we have been talking to many customers so far. There are various solutions available in the market, point solutions, new solutions getting introduced every month on month. But when people are using the solutions and then they come to us saying, okay, I have these problems, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just give 1 second. Okay, there are a few problems which customers are continuously coming to us saying, okay, these solutions are giving me insights in one. I want to do this way as well. For example, I have my cloud workload running for say month. For a couple of weeks of the month, I have to keep that workload down because of cost pressure. Now for those 2 weeks, precisely, what happens to your cloud workload? Are you securing it? No, it is down, right? So you cannot really secure that. So we already have a flagship product, VMDR. As a part of that particular product, we are already securing cloud running workload. Whereas you can actually deploy Qualys agents, you can do APLAS configuration, and it gives you vulnerabilities real time. Now what happens if the workload is down? Is there any vendor in the market which is going to give you a vulnerability which is residing in your shutdown instances? Or where you have, say, instances which are residing in your PCI environment which is locked out? Are you going to get that vulnerability? No, right? So Qualys has come up with a unique way of handling this situation, and that unique way is getting introduced as part of new application, new product called Total Cloud. You may see Total Cloud, what does it mean? We are not entering the cloud security business precisely. We are already there for few years already. 5 to 6 years ago, we started journey along with a few of the cloud providers. We are already there. But now what happens? You come up with so many problems, so many challenges for us, saying, okay, I cannot really do easy deployment of certain things in your cloud. So there are a bunch of problems we have listed. There are various tools you are using in the market. There are various integrations which you are using in the market today. Now what happens? We are simplifying cloud native security for you. And when I say simplifying cloud native security, what does that mean? We are bringing you at a single platform called Total Cloud. Total Cloud is going to help you to solve your problems from configurations, solve your problems from vulnerability assessment standpoint, as well as if you want to really integrate to some other tool, such as SIEM tools or ITSM tools, it is going to solve your problems very easily. So the level of orchestration we have inside Total Cloud is like, today we offer you something out of the box. We have our flagship product VMDR, it is powering multiple things. But now what happens when you really want to publish something out of the platform, out of Qualys platform to say some other tool, SIEM tool? We have ways for you. I'm going to talk about that. I'm just waiting for the slides to come. slides are back, I'll talk about something what we have today in Qualys platform. Say cloud security posture management. When you say cloud security posture management, many of you are not aware what is this particular term or what is this particular domain all about. So we have this product in our portfolio already for 5 to 6 years, and we are helping you to solve your misconfiguration problem. So you in cloud platform, but you're not really understanding what configuration problems are there in that particular deployment. Now, times you know that you're using some point solution, you're using some platform solutions. Yes, you get a visibility about it. But what if you really want to remediate those misconfigurations? It takes months' time generally for you to understand and then fix it. For that duration, attackers are knowing that, okay, there are some misconfigurations in your S3 bucket. They get an access to your S3 bucket. They expose your data publicly, or they request for ransomware. So you are already open for that attacks. We have a unique way to solve this particular problem. I mean, we are helping you to secure inside your deployment cycle, it's shift left side. So a lot of times once you deploy, it's very difficult for you to understand what problems are there and remediate it. It takes months, like I said. We have a unique approach, whereas you can actually try to secure your infrastructure even before it is deployed. As you may be already moving towards for your cloud automation by using, say, Terraform, CloudFormation, or say Azure ARM, we are helping you to secure those templates with the same controls, same policy. That way you get a visibility of the controls, or say visibility about misconfigurations right away during your development stage itself. We have integrations with a bunch of tools already. As a part of those integrations, help you integrate with your DevOps tools, with your ID tools and whatnot. Now, Total Cloud, this particular product which we are launching, that is helping you from all aspects, starting from your shift left journey till your right. As soon as you go and conquer your deployment cycle, we help you to secure. Again, even in the right side, whenever you deploy something, a lot of times you want to do customization. So we have a way to help you with that customization. You don't need to write any external script. Don't need to maintain that in GitHub, GitLab, or wherever it is. We have an in-product no-code drag and drop tool by which you can do that customizations very easily. Now, next thing I'm going to talk about is FlexScan, which is the next scan is here. Now, you may see, what is this FlexScan? So, I think many of you are already using cloud workload protection in your cloud environment. I know the pain you are having today. You need to really ensure whether you are using agent-based solution, or you are using appliance-based solution, or even if you are using API-based solutions which are available in market today. Now, with this particular way, today you go with, say, agent-based solution. You say, I have problems with agent. I want to switch to another solution. Do you have an option with the same vendor, with the same subscription, with the same license? Many times, no. If you are using APISS, using, say, snapshot-based approach, or using, say, REST API-based approach, you want to now deploy agents. Do you have an option? No, you don't have. Now, Qualys is introducing a way for you to select and pick and choose what options you want to go with. You can go with options right away if you have license with one single entity called VMDR. With one license, you can go with any of these options. You can switch off these options, switch on any point of time. So Qualys is the only vendor today is introducing all these 4 options for you, whereas you can actually pick and choose options based on your use cases. Let us know about your use cases, we'll help you out. You don't need to change your tools, you don't need to go to another platform, another point solution to achieve that scenario for you. And today, as of today, we have been helping multiple customers to leverage this FlexScan. So FlexScan is already out. You can actually leverage, if you have already a subscription with Qualys platform, go and see the FlexScan, and then probably we can help you out to solve your use cases. The most important point, I've heard from previous speakers, it's good that we are actually having different angles to it, but when you shift from your on-prem environment towards cloud, the shift is not easy. The shift has a lot of ownership comes with you. When I say ownership, security is your ownership. And we help our customers to understand first. We give you an inventory. The first and foremost point is inventory. What do you have in cloud? There are a lot of blind spots. You don't know about it. Once you have inventory available, then we can easily do assessment with FlexScan. So we help you there. So So if you see next, now once you are securing everything, now take an example, you have connected your cloud to Qualys, you have executed flex scan. What next? You have millions of findings. If your accounts are big, it's very tough for you to prioritize. And that's the problem which our enterprise customers have come up with regularly. Now we have a unique approach to solve that problem. You won't find that in our competitors. It's like we give you a risk quantification. Now when we say risk quantification, there is something called true risk. We have introduced this before a couple of quarters. And this true risk is helping you to secure your, true risk is helping you to understand what kind of risk score is attached to the findings which we have come up with. Okay, now when we say true risk, now how are we calculating that? So there are 4 factors we take into consideration. We have our vulnerability controls, we take that into consideration. We have relationships, we have asset criticality, and then we also attach a business context to it. So a lot of times you say, okay, you have static data, but we also have a dynamic data which actually gives you a true risk calculation. So as a part of VMDR, we today have a true risk by which you can actually see a risk score, understand why that particular asset is a risk, and then take remediation steps. In terms of cloud, when it comes to say buckets or say load balancers or network, the true risk is also going to be applied to that so that you can actually know why my particular cloud resource is risky. So that way true risk is going to be a unique approach from Qualys side, which is giving you a way to quantify your risk and then remediate that and prioritize for remediation. So if you go to next slide, I talked about this in yesterday's session. This is sort of a SOAR platform we have introduced in our platform. When I say SOAR a playbook or something, so you have certain requirements saying, okay, I have certain business requirement in my organization, can you do that for me? Yes, we can do that, but again, we don't want you to wait for us to deliver that to you. So we have an application called Qualys Flow, which is recently launched for our customers. It is free as a part of VMDR, as a part of cloud subscriptions. You can leverage that as it is today. What this tool is all about, it actually helps you to create workflows which say no-code, low-code way. Just drag and drop, create your workflows. You don't need to write any shell script, no Python script, nothing. It is within the platform. You don't need to really maintain a version of it easily, anywhere out. It's within the platform. You run it, you can actually attach that to a control and then make use of that to run regularly. So there are various ways by which we solve problem for you via this automation tool. So that's the Qflow application we have. So you can leverage that application in Total Cloud. So next if you go to next slide, I talked about shift left approach yesterday in depth. The way your developers are today doing, they are just developers on the cloud side. And there are security professionals who are saying, okay, we have misconfiguration, you got to fix that. Now, you can fix that, you can remediate that in the cloud environment, but when it comes to fixing that in the code, so developers say, okay, I don't know how to fix it. Now there is always a problem saying, okay, one team says fix it, one team says I don't know how to fix it. So we have a unique approach. We are actually shifting left, so your developers can be a part of security journey. They can actually evaluate misconfigurations right away in their plugin, in their tool sets. If they miss it out, we have integrations with Git repositories. We have integrations with CI/CD tools by which you can do a complete security even before it is deployed. What does that mean? You really don't need to think about remediation later. We are preventing those problems for you. So this is one of the unique approaches which is already available, but we are actually bundling that as a part of Total Cloud for you. So in case you want to really leverage this approach today, yes, go ahead and use that shift left security. And again, as many of you know, Qualys is unique in terms of vulnerability management, detection, and response way, whereas we have 99.99999 and how many number of percentage. So we have that much of accuracy. Whenever you deploy anything, whenever you do assessment, we have accuracy in our platform available. Whenever you go with the cloud native way, we are actually helping you to reduce security by giving you by giving you a way to measure your risk score, and that's what it is. And then when it comes to other parts of it, like for example remediation, we have Qflow. For detection, we have various ways, like I talked about. So it's a bundle of things. So take this as a single platform where you really want to have a simplification in terms of deployment, in terms of assessment, in terms of quantification. It's one platform for you. So just have a look at Total Cloud once you have a subscription with you. or we are there in the booth. In case you have any questions, please reach out to us. We'll be happy to answer all your questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrikant. That's not the end of this segment. We have the next gen CISO. Again, this one's brought to you by Mr. Devashish Jyoti Prakash, who just opened the segment. So Devashish, over to you.
This one, right?
क्लिकर नहीं है? मैक के लिए नहीं है, इधर लगा दो. Good afternoon, everybody. I can already see that the food's calling me outside. So I'll keep it short. The idea was to give a glimpse of what my interactions with the industry CISOs are these days. There was a time when our discussion with security teams, CISOs and CIOs used to be about risk management. Telling to them, talking to them about individual siloed security issues that they face. We talk to them about issues in doing inventory right, issues in doing assessment right, issues in doing remediation engineering right. But our conversations slowly changed into things that would mimic the board language a bit, right? Because the board doesn't understand all your individual security efforts that you put. So we started talking the language of risk reduction over time. Whatever you did, is it resulting in any kind of risk reduction? Later on, interestingly, in the last 2 years, a lot of board members have become very cyber aware, which is a really good thing. And there was a time when we used to consider all our board members dumb, cyber dumb. So every time you walk into making a communication with the board, the CISOs had an increasingly challenging task of dumbing down the discussion so that the other guy can understand. Right? Because or else there's no communication, right? Unless you dumb it down to a level that he understands. Like, to me, for example, might be funny, but my understanding of cryptocurrency is exactly as much as my son has. Because both of us were introduced to cryptocurrency at the same time, right? So what was happening is, CISOs were failing to give the right visibility of risk to business. Business was failing to invest or sponsor in their cyber programs because they just didn't understand each other. So we're talking about how our discussions have begun to transit towards breach prevention topics today. It's no longer business talking about risk reduction, no longer talking about security challenges solved with the SIEM or a product like this, product like that. Now they're talking about we are 5% more closer towards breach reduction because we made an investment like this, right? So in the next 13 minutes or so, so why is it important? What has happened is, everybody knows this is the era of digital economy. Businesses are no longer fighting among each other because of their nature of their core business. For example, a bank today is not fighting with another bank in terms of interest rates. They're all the same. To be honest, for a user like us, we probably can't differentiate between ICICI, SDFC, and Axis. For us, they're all banks. All of them have the same products. They carry the same portfolio, right? Nobody has an advantage over others. So what they're doing is they're making digital their advantage or their differentiator. They're making it look like cyber risk is business risk. Only when they're able to translate cyber risk as business risk, they're able to get the right funds at the right time to support a digital initiative that's bringing your customer closer to you, right? Very recently, if you look at important phenomena in and around the country today, everything has become revolutionary. UPI is revolutionary. Today, you and me can go to a pav bhaji stall, right? Or a chole kulche stall, and that guy doesn't have to spend any money, any power in bringing up a POS system to take money from people who do not bring in cash, right? So this is how business inclusivity is increasing because of transformation changes. And what is happening is customers are getting closer to their businesses this way, right? Now, what we have started seeing a fundamental shift in our discussions with CISOs and CIOs, chief of risk, or any kind of operational risk is, there was a time when there were departments separately called as operational risk and information risk. These teams have started coming together because they know that information risk is actually putting a business at risk. So they are beginning to communicate the same language. So what are the trends that our CISO friends are discussing with the board? They start with easy topics. I've always seen that. They start with easy topics because not everybody in the board may be an equal champion. So they talk about things like, let's focus on risk. Instead of me telling, we bought a new two-factor authentication technology by spending this money on this vendor, or we spent a new product called API security, where there is no appreciation for the board. They talk about this resulted in reduction of risk, right? We are one more step closer towards this compliance. We are one more step towards being able to launch a new digital service now that will allow us to interact with our partners and increase business to 24% or for 30% more. So this is the language that they're understanding, right? They're talking about attack surface. Every time there's a boardroom jargon, it becomes a market by itself. Attack surface management. Has it not existed in the past? 20, 30 years ago, if you did a small, simple, angry IP scanner scan, it was all about identifying your attack surface, right? But the attack surface discussions have modified to look at things beyond just standard stuff. Today you're looking at your exposure management. Like you're talking about what's exposed that can potentially kill me. Prioritize that, risk rank it, put a number behind it, quantify it, and show it to me, right? So these are the discussions that they're doing. They're talking about tool stack consolidation. Many people confuse that with vendor consolidation. It's not vendor consolidation. Vendor consolidation probably means let's go and have a commercial agreement from a specific vendor to cover multiple things just from them. I'm talking about tool stack consolidation that brings teams together. Today, one problem that has never been solved is IT using some tool, security using some tool, lot of overlap, lot of commonality in data. Data still doesn't match. If there was a picture going around a couple years ago. What brought in the biggest digital transformation in your company? And the answer wasn't containers and cloud. The answer was COVID, right? So what is happening is now people need to look at tool stack consolidation in the sense that teams are able to work together in tandem, fast-paced response, be able to cover more surface together, right? That's what boards are talking with CISOs. Also talking about stakeholder alignment. Many a times, if you look at the simple story that we just recently saw with the Uber breach, the poor CISO got fired, but we are just holding one individual responsible for an org-wide issue. So either there were weak processes which the CISO does not have to disclose to the board or the CEO, and he took a call by himself, which is all probably less possible, but one individual got penalized. What they tried to do is the communication is beginning to include more stakeholders. Bring in the CIO, bring in the chief of risk, bring in the chief of finance, right? And align all the stakeholders together. If it's supposed to be an executive sponsor to a certain project, let's bring in all the alignment of everybody involved, not just the CISO. Now, what's the point of bringing your CISO to the bigger table, giving him a chair at the board or whatsoever, and then not listening to him, right? So this is another discussion happening. The other thing is automation, driving efficiency. Many times we speak to so many CISOs that talk about how they have been engaged from long time, talking about integration. They talk a lot about machine learning, but you ask them very simple questions. How many technologies do you have in your organization? 45. Are they talking to each other? No, they don't have simple integrations, but on the other hand, they're talking about AI, ML, and stuff like that. Simple integrations are missing. So we're talking about looking at how CISOs are now trying to make sure that they're able to get more out of what they have rather than looking for a new thing every time there's a new challenge. Right? These kind of discussions have become increasingly high efficiency outcomes with boards and CISOs. Of course, inventory, risk mitigation, the ability to detect something timely, respond something timely is a perennial discussion that never stops. And of course, compliance. So existential risk. I did speak about it and I will elaborate if we have time. Cyber risk is business risk. If you aren't able to contain cyber risk, it might have an impact into your business existence, right? We know of many companies that did not do cyber right and businesses ceased to exist. Which is why cyber risk can probably also become a threat to your existential risk. This is a bigger discussion with our new age CISOs these days. Finally, the topic that I like most, quantifying a cyber risk, right? Every time you have someone telling you, I can quantify your risk into a certain number, it is flooded with variables. Somebody says, I'm going to give you an example or glimpse of this problem resulting in a certain business loss. They never have a mathematical equation right. It's flooded with siloed variables that probably do not have a mechanism to go and question or go and validate. So cyber risk quantification is beginning to take a key part in every CISO and board discussion. They're trying their best to quantify whether or not a certain investment in terms of people, process, and technology would have actually reduced the risk to a certain thing, certain number, certain value that allowed them to do more business. Look at the fact that at the end of the day, while the CISO and his team are helping you fight security challenges, they are also supposed to be telling you how much risk is too much risk, what's their risk appetite. Unless you take risk, you can't do business. So the CISO is the right guy to tell you whether or not we have more appetite to take more risks to bring in more business. So this is also a frequent point of discussion with the new age CISOs and the board. Then comes the cost part of it, right? It's always a balance. Interestingly, what's happening is cyber insurance is becoming an interesting topic. Many people are discussing about it. They're like, why should I even care when I can just throw some money at my insurance, something goes wrong, I don't have an impact, right? And the worst part is cyber insurance companies are able to get good customers. And if you ask them, how are you convincing your customers to pay you that kind of premium? They're like, oh, you know what? We look at the company, look at the revenue, throw a number, they never say no. They never say no. So what is happening is, we told them, instead of spending all that money in your insurance, how about you spend some money in improving your posture? And then pay only for the differential risk. So your premiums can come down, right? It's like you have a car insurance. You did not get into an accident situation this year. You're able to get something called your no claim bonus, right? What you do is you only pay for your your residual risk, not for the entire thing. So what you could do is you have to strike a balance. Do insurance, maybe if it's important for compliance reasons, to keep your stakeholders happy, to keep your board happy, to keep your customers happy, do it. But how about you slice out a certain section that allows your cyber insurance also to understand that you have done your due diligence. I'm telling you, these insurances are easy to buy, but hard to claim, very hard to claim. They'll say, oh, your breach happened because you have a certain software which was running end-of-life software, and that's not a part of our fine print in the contract. This is like deliberate. You wanted this breach to happen. Gone case. So all your insurances vanishes, right? So this is a discussion that's happening more and more often. Tools and people, right? So this will always remain a debacle, right? You hire someone, treat them well, spend money on their training, making them better talent. 2 years later, they get 3x their package, they vanish, right? The tool's there, the process is there, only the equation on people changes. If we have to follow the old school method of people, process, and technology, one thing that's very dicey is the people part, right? If you are able to make that churn something that does not disturb your equation, you'll still be well off. So the idea here is to balance the cost on tools versus people. I'm not saying necessarily it should always result in you getting a tool that results in 3 people getting fired because it's automated now, right? But you should have a balance between whether or not our tool spending, which is a big part of our cybersecurity cost, is balanced well with the cost on people. When I say cost on people, should include cost on training them, making sure that they are adequately trained to do their jobs, plus the fact that the people and processes do not have a higher impact on people leaving. So then comes all the innovation. First thing is platformization, right? Many people think platformization is only about consolidating cost. But believe me, we are a platform provider. We have a cloud platform. We've been on a cloud platform since 22 years. The biggest thing we bring in on the table is efficiency, biggest thing. And there is really no metrics in terms of dollars to measure efficiency. Maybe I saved you tons of time. Time is money. Maybe I saved you tons of efforts. Effort is money. Maybe I saved a lot of people. Cost on people is money. So we are consolidating a lot with a platform. So platform is beyond just a place which brings multiple tools together with one single pane of glass. Look at the fact that it is a key element to doing something called consolidation. The next thing is automation. Automation brings in speed. I'm not sure if you guys remember exactly a year ago, something called Log4j happened, right? It disturbed our Christmas, it disturbed our New Year's, right? Globally, we validated among 150 million events that 17 days is, on an average, what people spent on being able to fix Log4j. But only when all hands were on deck solving just Log4j, right? And it was getting all that public attention and PR that it needed. What about others, the ones that do not get all this attention? They're probably 170 days or more. The other part is IT teams, so security teams coming to us and saying, Deb, we don't want to do this right because there is just no incentive for us. Why is that? I'm like, see, we have got an agent, call this agent running on that machine, vulnerability appears, in 4 hours, we get to know it. This is called mean time to detect. Perfect, under 4 hours. Then comes mean time to communicate. I have to then communicate with somebody, and that takes 2 weeks. Because this says, oh, you are saying there's a vulnerability in that software. My CMDB says we don't have that software on the machine. So I'm not going to look at it. Ticket cancelled, start a fresh ticket, right? So by the time the message has been communicated and has been accepted as, yes, this is a valid finding, we'll work on it, it is 2 weeks. Then comes your time to remediate. So the worst part is these guys are like, we are not getting adequate, appreciation because despite me finding that problem in 4 days, IT still managed to miss the SLA by 90 days. Right? So it's like, we aren't getting appreciation enough. We found it in 4 hours, still we managed to skip an SLA of 90 days. Then comes cost. Cost is by far the most easiest and the toughest discussion when new age CISOs are discussing with board. It is all boiling down to whether or not you have adequately represented the risk and made it look like this is a problem that money can fix. If you're able to do that, the fund's there, right? But of course, this will be a challenge for those who aren't able to translate that a technology risk is something that of course money can solve, or if you did have a history of funds being approved, but all of a sudden it stopped. Maybe you did not do a good job around, reciprocating back to the sponsor that the last project went on fine, things like that. But this does happen to be a big part of the discussion for the new generation CISO. Now, cybersecurity happens to be an unfair game. I'll tell you why. How many of us can go and launch a scan? I was just having this discussion, Vivek. Like, how many of us can launch a scan without any approval? We can't. We are supposed to be the good guys with the right intention to fix when you find some problem. But I need a plethora of change management controls to do something, while the hacker out there is scanning me every day. He's not even waiting for the weekends, right? I'm being continuously disrupted by somebody who is outside and is not important for my organization. But me, in being inside with the right intention, the right responsibility and the opportunity to fix things, I'm being questioned. It's an unfair game, right? I have to be successful every time. They have to be successful only once a year. Bug bounty prices have gone so up, couple of bug bounties and the hacker is happy for a year. We need to reduce bug bounty prices. So basically, like they say, make it difficult or not so interesting for your hacker. How do you do it? Don't pay money on bug bounties much. Pay 10 bucks, 20 bucks. They're not interested anymore then, right? Then comes context. You will not believe there are free products that gives out a lot of asset context to your attackers who mean nothing to the security of your organization, but too less or zero context to people for whom the asset is very valuable, right? So making sure that you are able to use these disconnected tool sets and are able to identify the asset's true importance before somebody else does is very important. Next thing is, as a security practitioner inside, you must always show that you put some effort. The hacker doesn't have to prove his SLA to anybody. He doesn't have a boss bothering him. He's not telling him, oh, you were supposed to make 3 SQL ingestions and 4 cross-site scripting and 8 remote exploits this week. You did not meet your quota. It's not happening to them, but it's happening to folks internally, right? So this is an unfair game. So this slide probably should have been a couple slides earlier. This is a platform approach. The approach is there solely to be able to allow you to scale. Scale, precision, accuracy are the 3 ways that would allow you to fight any cyber risk. So a platform allows you to do that, be it across any kind of asset, regardless of where the asset is, regardless of what the asset is. If it's an attack surface, you should be able to take care of it. You need the ability to scale up as a platform, right? Without any exceptions on type of asset, region, location of asset, it being a work from home asset or a mobile device that was supposed to be used by your sales guy to collect orders. If it's an infection surface, if it's an attack surface, you must have a strategy, and a platform approach is the best way to do it near real time at scale. Then comes outcome. So this is the new thing. What is happening is your communication with people who CISO offices impact, or people who fund CISO projects, are now looking at outcome-based investments. Okay, we'll make this spend. What would this result in? Right? It should be a finite loop. Right? I'm not sure if many of us are aware of Turing machines. It should be a finite loop that says you do this, it results in this. This is what was exactly expected to happen, and this resulted in this. Maybe the quotient will increase over time because it needs some fine-tuning, but outcome-driven security programs. As a because we didn't start with EDR, right? But what happens is like, oh, I have these 5 issues. Can you fix it? They're no longer bothered about whether or not you are a pedigree vendor X or vendor Y. As long as you get my job done in the best consolidated manner, allowing me to respond at scale and respond at the pace I want, and allows me to freely communicate with my stakeholders, we are good. So outcome-driven security programs. Things being discussed, external attack surface management, big market by itself. Cyber security asset management means asset management purpose built for the purpose of cyber security, not for the purpose of CMDB or creating an inventory of assets, right? Then comes threat intelligence, then comes SOAR and automation, or low code, no code automation. Patch management, essential part of your remediation engineering, in your organization. Patch is of course a small part of it, means only the patchable ones can be attended. Then comes XDR, EDR, which are not products. Remember, XDR and EDR are not products, they are strategies. Okay, you do not have a silver bullet to fix it, right? And of course, the ability to have near real time ability to find out vulnerabilities, managing vulnerability risk, in a risk-based model. Perfect. So cyber risk quantification, again, should have been a slide, should have been a couple of slides earlier. Looking at asset criticality, location of the asset, nature of the vulnerability, do we have a compensating control to take care of the problem? Is it a certificate risk? Are there known malware about it? Is it an end-of-life software? Does it have a weaponized exploit code outside, right? All these things must be considered as a part of effective cyber risk quantification. Today, people invest a lot of time. They do want to move away from CVSS-based prioritization, but they do not end up doing enough to have a proper, normalized, scalable way of quantifying risk. So find out all the necessary elements that will impact the criticality of an asset, even including looking at source of inputs like your data classification tools to tell you whether or not this asset has critical data. Many times companies are spending time and money and efforts on securing assets that did not require adequate security because they didn't really have anything on them, right? So make sure that your quantification process includes those essential elements. With that, you and me both can go to lunch. The idea was to make sure that we have a cost-effective, continuous way of risk reduction that does not make you feel like probably security is only for the select rich individuals and not for everybody. At Qualys, we are trying to democratize cybersecurity, making it for everybody that wants security, right? Thank you very much for your time. If you have questions, we'll be happy to attend to your questions at our booth or at lunch. Enjoy your DSCI, AISS programs. Thank you.
All right, with that we come to the end of the segment pre-lunch. Right visibility of risk, breach prevention, era of the digital economy, business inclusivity, changing trends, detection, response, compliance, innovation, platform approaches, and built to really scale. All of that and more. With that, we have 13 track sessions that are lined up between 2 and 4:15 in Maple 1, Maple 2, Royal 1, Royal 2, and Pearl 1. Also attend the Design Thinking workshop on leveraging Design Thinking Framework, Principles, Practices for Security by Mr. Mohan Kancharla, Chief Design Officer TCS in Pearl 2 from 2 to 3:30. Digital Forensics Sub-Summit will start at 2 o'clock in Ebony Hall. So check the Sub-Summit agenda. Make sure to visit the exhibition booths. With that, lunch is served. Go ahead, enjoy your lunch. We'll catch you again in the segment after the tea break for the rest of the panels and plenaries. So over to you all for lunch. Thank you and see you soon.